This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I honestly don't know where to begin with this. I've been sitting here for 20 minutes trying to figure out how to type this all out without sounding completely insane. I guess I'll just start from the beginning and hope someone here believes me or has experienced something similar. I moved into my current place about 8 months ago. It's this beautiful old house in Maplewood that was built around 1920. I've always loved historical homes, and at 21, I was beyond excited to rent my first real place after college. The rent is surprisingly affordable considering the neighborhood, probably because it needs some cosmetic updates, but I didn't mind. It has these gorgeous hardwood floors, original crown molding, and best of all, a sunroom perfect for my grandmother's baby grand piano. The piano was my pride and joy. I'd been playing since I was 6, and when my grandmother passed away 3 years ago, she left it to me. It had been in storage until I found a place big enough for it. Getting it moved into this house was a nightmare logistically, but worth every penny and headache. Everything was fine for the first few months. Normal settling noises that come with old houses, creaky floorboards, the occasional pipe rattling, nothing that alarmed me. I'd grown up in an old house, so these sounds were almost comforting. Then about 3 months ago, I started noticing something odd with the piano. Sometimes I'd walk past the sunroom and swear I heard a note being played, but when I'd check, obviously no one was there. I brushed it off, figuring it was just the wood expanding or contracting with temperature changes. Last month, my mom's friend Elaine came over to tune the piano. She's been tuning our family's pianos for years and is kind of a free spirit into crystals, energy work, that sort of thing. I don't really buy into it, but she's sweet and knows what she's doing with pianos. While she was working, she casually mentioned, "Oh, I did a little energy cleansing on the piano before I started." I laughed it off. "Is it that out of tune?" No, she said, still focused on her work. "It's just that when I first sat down, the piano played 2 notes by itself." My stomach dropped. "What?" "Yes, just 2 notes, middle C and G-do and sol, clear as day. Probably just the wood settling, but I figured a little cleansing wouldn't hurt." I tried to play it cool, but inside I was freaking out. Those were exactly the notes I'd been hearing randomly over the past few weeks. I didn't tell her that, though. I just nodded and changed the subject. After she left, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe there was a logical explanation. Temperature changes affecting the strings, or maybe even mice. Gross, but better than ghosts. I checked inside the piano thoroughly, but found nothing unusual. I did my best to forget about it. For a couple of weeks, nothing happened, and I convinced myself it was all in my head. Then last Thursday, I was home alone practicing a new piece I'd been working on. It was around 9 at night, and I was getting frustrated because I couldn't get this one passage right. I decided to take a break and went to the kitchen to make some tea. As I was waiting for the kettle to boil, I heard it. Clear as day, middle C followed by G.sol. The exact notes Elaine had mentioned. My blood ran cold. The house was completely silent, except for those 2 notes played deliberately with about a second between them. I stood frozen in the kitchen, afraid to move. Then I heard them again, do sol. I forced myself to walk to the sunroom. The piano bench was empty. The lid was closed. I always close it when I finish playing. There was absolutely no one there, no windows open, nothing that could explain what I'd heard. I'm not ashamed to admit I slept at my boyfriend's place that night. I told him my heating was acting up. A few days later, I convinced myself I was being ridiculous. Old houses make weird noises. Maybe the piano strings were responding to vibrations from passing trucks or something. I decided to just ignore it if it happened again. Things were quiet for about a week. Then came yesterday, and this is the part that has me completely terrified and questioning my sanity. I was getting ready to head out to meet some friends for dinner. It was around 6 in the evening, still light outside. I was upstairs doing my makeup when I heard what sounded like fingers snapping. You know that distinct sound when someone snaps their fingers? That's exactly what it was. It seemed to be coming from the basement. My first thought was that maybe someone had broken in, but that made no sense. Who breaks into a house and snaps their fingers? Still, I was nervous. I grabbed my phone, ready to call 911 if needed, and slowly walked downstairs. The snapping sound came again, definitely from the basement. I stood at the top of the basement stairs, heart racing. I called out, "Hello, is someone there?" Silence. I didn't have the courage to go down there alone, so I decided I'd just leave and call my landlord from the car. But as I was about to open the front door, I had this weird thought. I raised my own hand and snapped my fingers, almost like I was comparing the sound I'd heard to my own finger snap. What happened next makes my skin crawl, even typing this. The exact same snapping sound happened again, but this time it wasn't from the basement. It was directly next to my left ear, so close that I should have felt someone's breath or presence beside me, but there was no one there. I screamed and ran out of the house so fast I forgot my purse and had to borrow money from my friends all night. I made up some story about losing my wallet, because how do you tell people, "Oh, sorry, a ghost was snapping its fingers in my ear"? I stayed at my boyfriend's again last night. He thinks I had a bad dream or something and is starting to get concerned about my anxiety. I came back home this morning because I had to get ready for work, but I've been on edge all day. Here's the thing that keeps bothering me. This house is right next to an old church with a small graveyard. I never thought much about it before. It's a charming historical landmark, and I'm not particularly superstitious. But now I can't stop wondering if there's some connection. What's really freaking me out is that these incidents feel intentional, like whatever it is, it's trying to communicate. The piano notes weren't random, they were the same 2 notes each time. And that finger snap, it was like it was responding to me, mirroring my action exactly. I've been researching the history of the house, but haven't found anything particularly disturbing. It was built by a doctor and his family in the 1920s, changed hands a few times over the decades, and was eventually divided into 2 rental units in the 1980s. I have the main floor and basement. I did find out that the church next door is even older than my house, dating back to the 1870s. The graveyard hasn't been active since the 1940s, but there are about 50 headstones visible from my kitchen window. I don't know what to do. I can't afford to break my lease, and I'm not even sure I want to. Despite everything, I love this house, and moving the piano again would be a nightmare. Am I just working myself up over nothing? Old houses make weird noises, right? But those piano notes and that finger snap right by my ear, I can't explain those away. I'm sitting in my living room right now, and I swear the air feels different. Heavier somehow, like something is watching me type this. I've caught myself looking over my shoulder every few minutes. I tried talking to it earlier today, feeling completely ridiculous. I sat at the piano and said, "If someone's there, can you play those notes again?" Nothing happened, of course, but when I started playing a simple melody, I felt the temperature around me drop noticeably. Last night I downloaded one of those ghost hunting apps that supposedly detect paranormal activity. It's probably complete nonsense, but the EMF meter part of it kept spiking near the piano. I know it's just a phone app and not a real tool, but it still sent shivers down my spine. I haven't told my family about any of this. My mom would either worry herself sick or tell me I'm being dramatic. My dad would show up with sage and holy water, despite not being religious at all, and my friends would just use it as an excuse to come over with a Ouija board, which is absolutely the last thing I want to do. What if acknowledging whatever this is makes it stronger? What if it's been here all along, and I've somehow opened myself up to perceiving it? Or what if I'm just losing my mind? The rational part of me says there must be logical explanations. Maybe the piano really does have mice, or some kind of mechanical issue that causes those specific notes to sound sometimes. Maybe the snapping was just my imagination or some weird acoustic phenomenon. But another part of me knows what I heard. I know those piano notes were real, and I know that finger snap next to my ear wasn't my imagination. It was responding to me. It's getting dark now, and I'm debating whether to stay here tonight or make up another excuse to crash at my boyfriend's place. I feel ridiculous being afraid of my own home, but every time I think about that snapping sound right by my ear, I get goosebumps all over again. Wait, did you hear that? I swear I just heard someone walking upstairs. Heavy footsteps, like a man's, but there shouldn't be anyone up there. The upstairs apartment has been vacant for months. There it is again. Footsteps, and now, oh God. The piano. Do. Sol. Just like before. I need to get out of here. Ade, Ve, Story 2. I've debated whether I should share this for years. It sounds crazy, I know, but I need to tell someone besides my family. I still get goosebumps thinking about it, even after all these years. My papa was everything to me growing up. He wasn't just a grandfather. He was my protector, my confidant, my best friend. He'd fought in Vietnam, and that war never really left him. The PTSD was brutal. He'd have these episodes where he'd be back in the jungle, terrified, screaming about things none of us could see. Mom and my aunts would try to calm him, but I was usually the only one who could bring him back. Even as a little kid, I somehow knew what to do. Just sit beside him, hold his hand, and talk quietly about normal stuff until his breathing slowed down, and he'd squeeze my hand to let me know he was back. The Agent Orange exposure eventually caught up with him. Cancer. By the time they diagnosed it, it had spread everywhere. I was 18 when things got really bad. Papa had this thing about white bulldogs. He absolutely loved them, had 4 over his lifetime, and he named every single one of them Fred. It became this running joke in our family. We'd all call each other Fred sometimes, especially when we were being stubborn. Bulldogs, you know. "You're being such a Fred right now," we'd say. Or when someone was being particularly protective, we'd say they were pulling a Fred. Papa loved it. The day Papa died, I was at school when Mom called to tell me I needed to come to the hospital right away. I rushed there, but when I arrived, Mom stopped me in the hallway. "He's not doing well," she said. "It's not a good idea for you to see him like this." I begged her to let me in. This was my Papa. I couldn't not say goodbye, but Mom was adamant. She thought she was protecting me. "He wouldn't want you to remember him this way," she kept saying. Eventually, she convinced me to go home and wait. She promised she'd call if anything changed. I remember sitting in my bedroom, staring at the wall, feeling this horrible emptiness, knowing Papa was slipping away, and I couldn't even hold his hand. I was so angry at Mom, at the cancer, at everything. I kept thinking about how unfair it was that I couldn't be there for him when he'd always been there for me. It was around 6 in the evening. I was sitting on my bed, crying into my hands when I felt something I'll never forget, a warm, heavy hand on my shoulder. I knew that touch. I'd felt it 1,000 times before, the way Papa would squeeze my shoulder when he was proud of me. I looked up, and there he was, not the sick, frail man I'd seen wasting away in hospital beds for months. This was my Papa, standing tall, healthy, with that sparkle in his eye I hadn't seen in years. He was wearing his favorite flannel shirt, the blue one with the little checks that he always said brought out my eyes. His face was full again, not hollow and sunken like it had been. He looked whole. "Do you think I'd leave without saying goodbye?" he said, smiling that crooked smile I knew so well. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. I just stared at him, feeling a mixture of shock and overwhelming relief. He looked so real, not transparent or ghostly like you'd imagine, just there, standing in my bedroom like it was the most normal thing in the world. "Papa," I finally managed to whisper. He nodded, still smiling. "It's okay, kiddo. Everything's okay now." I reached out to touch him, but before my fingers could make contact, the phone rang downstairs. The sound made me jump, and when I looked back, Papa was gone. I sat frozen for what felt like forever until Mom called up the stairs, her voice breaking as she told me to come down. I already knew what she was going to say. Papa had passed away. Later, when I asked what time he'd died, the nurse said 6:03 p.m., exactly when I'd seen him in my room. I never told Mom about seeing Papa. I worried she'd think I was making it up or that grief was making me imagine things, but I knew what I saw. Papa had come to say goodbye. 9 years passed, I got married, had a beautiful little boy named Jake, and tried to move on with my life. I still missed Papa every day, but the sharp pain had dulled to a more manageable ache. I'd tell Jake stories sometimes about how amazing his great-grandfather was, but he was only 2, so I didn't expect him to understand or remember much. One afternoon, I was folding laundry while Jake played with his toys in the living room. I noticed he was having what seemed like a conversation, laughing and pointing at an empty chair across from him. "Who are you talking to, buddy?" I asked, not thinking much of it. Kids have imaginary friends all the time. "Fred," he said simply, not even looking up from his toys. I froze, the t-shirt I was folding halfway done in my hands. "What did you say?" "Fred," Jake repeated, looking at me like I was the weird one for asking. "He's my friend." My heart started racing. "What does Fred look like?" Jake shrugged. "He's old and a soldier. He has ouchies sometimes, but they don't hurt anymore." I sat down hard on the couch, trying to keep my voice steady. "A soldier? Like in the army?" Jake nodded enthusiastically. He shows me his hat. It's green. Papa had kept his army hat in a display case in his den. I'd never shown it to Jake, had never even mentioned Papa being in the military. "Does Fred say anything else?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. "He says I'm a good boy, and he watches me sleep sometimes to keep the bad dreams away." The hair on my arms stood up. Papa used to check on me every night before bed, called it his nightmare patrol. I went to the bookshelf and took down our family photo album. I flipped to a picture of Papa taken before he got sick, one of him standing proud in his garden, smiling at the camera. I showed it to Jake. "Do you know who this is?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. Jake glanced at the photo and broke into a huge grin. "Fred!" he exclaimed, pointing at the picture. I couldn't stop the tears. Jake looked confused and a little worried. "It's okay, Mommy," he said, patting my knee. "Fred says don't cry. He says he's happy." Over the next few years, Fred became a regular visitor in our house. Jake would talk about him less as he got older, but occasionally he'd still mention things Fred had told him or games they'd played. When my daughter Lily was born 3 years later, I wondered if she'd have the same experience. Sure enough, by the time she was talking, she too had an invisible friend. The first time I heard her giggling and talking to someone who wasn't there, I asked who she was speaking to. "Fred Pop Pop," she said, as if it was the most normal thing in the world. My breath caught. "Pop Pop?" She nodded emphatically. "He's my Pop Pop. He says he knows you." I never called Papa Pop Pop. That wasn't our family's name for him. We always just called him Papa. I hadn't taught my kids to call him anything else. "What does Fred Pop Pop look like?" I asked her. "He's tall and his hands are big," she said, holding her little arms out wide, "and he smells like outside and candy. Papa was always gardening, always smelled like fresh air and earth, and he constantly had peppermints in his pockets for us kids." The most convincing moment came during a family reunion when I was talking with my cousins. Somehow the conversation turned to our kids and their imaginary friends. My cousin Sarah mentioned offhandedly that her 4-year-old son had an invisible friend named Fred, who he described as an old soldier. I nearly dropped my drink. "What did you say?" She looked surprised at my reaction. "Oh, just that Ethan has this imaginary friend he calls Fred. Says he's his grandpa and that he was in the army." Kids, right? Such imaginations. Before I could respond, our cousin Michael joined in. "Wait, that's weird. My Sophia had an imaginary friend named Fred too when she was little. Said he was her great-grandpa who came to visit her at night." By this point I was shaking. "Did you tell your kids about Papa? About what he did in Vietnam?" They both shook their heads. Sarah spoke up. "I mean, Ethan was born 5 years after Papa died. I've shown him pictures, but he was too young to really understand who Papa was in our family. I certainly never talked about Vietnam with him." Our cousin Jessica overheard us and joined the conversation. "Are you guys talking about imaginary friends?" Because Mia had one she called Fred too. She used to tell me he'd sit on the edge of her bed and tell her stories about the jungle. The four of us stood there in stunned silence. Between us, we had 7 children, and 5 of them had independently had an imaginary friend named Fred, who they all identified as their great-grandfather, a Vietnam veteran they'd never met. "Do you think—" Michael started, then trailed off, like he was afraid to say it out loud. "That Papa is visiting his great-grandchildren," I finished for him. I don't know what else to think anymore. We compared notes, the timing of the visits, what our kids had said, how they described Fred. The similarities were impossible to ignore. It wasn't just the name. It was specific details about Papa that none of us had shared with our young children. His military service, his mannerisms, even the way he'd muss their hair, exactly like he used to do with us. That was almost 10 years ago now. My kids are teenagers, and they don't talk about Fred anymore. But sometimes I catch glimpses of him myself, just out of the corner of my eye. A tall figure standing in the hallway outside the kids' rooms. When I turn to look directly, he's gone. But I know it's him, checking on his great-grandchildren, making his rounds. Last month, Jake had a terrible fever, one of those scary ones that had us considering the emergency room. I was sitting beside his bed, putting cool cloths on his forehead, when I distinctly felt someone else in the room. I looked up and saw Papa standing at the foot of the bed, looking concerned. Our eyes met, and he gave me that familiar, reassuring nod that always meant, "It's going to be okay." By morning, Jake's fever had broken. I don't know why Papa chose to stay with us this way. Maybe it's because he and I had such a special connection. Maybe it's because he never got to meet his great-grandchildren in life. Or maybe it's just that Papa was always the protector in our family, and some bonds are simply too strong to break, even after death. All I know is that whenever I see a white bulldog now, I smile and whisper, "Hey, Fred," and sometimes I swear I can feel a warm hand squeeze my shoulder in response. Story 3: I never really believed in ghosts until I was 14. I mean, I watched scary movies and stuff, but I always thought it was just for entertainment, you know? That changed when my great-aunt Doris moved in with us after her boyfriend Harold died. It's been 3 years now, but I still get chills thinking about what happened. I've never told this story publicly before, but I need to get it out somewhere. It all started when Harold had his heart attack. Great-aunt Doris was devastated, obviously. They'd been together for like 15 years, even though they never got married. I didn't know Harold that well. He was kind of quiet, kept to himself a lot. My mom said he was eccentric, which I think was her polite way of saying he was weird. The day after Harold died, my mom got this strange call from Aunt Doris. She was sobbing, barely making sense, but kept repeating something Harold had told her right before he passed. Mom put it on speaker so Dad could hear, and that's when I heard it too. "If something happens to me, don't let your great-niece into this house." He was talking about me, specifically me. I remember feeling this cold sensation spread through my body. Why would he say that? I'd only been to their house maybe 3 or 4 times in my life. I barely knew the guy. Mom tried to comfort Aunt Doris, telling her that Harold was probably just delirious from medication or something. But the way Doris responded still gives me goosebumps. She just whispered, "No, he was perfectly lucid. He looked scared, Diane, really scared." A week later, we were helping Aunt Doris pack up Harold's house since she was going to move in with us temporarily. Mom thought it would be good for me to help out, maybe get some closure about the weird comment. I didn't want to go, but I couldn't exactly explain why without sounding like a baby. The moment I stepped inside their house, something felt off. It was cold, even though it was mid-July and like 85 degrees outside, and there was this smell. Not like anything was rotting or anything obvious, more like the air itself was stale, if that makes sense. like the house had been closed up for years instead of just a week. I started packing books in the living room while Mom and Aunt Doris worked on the bedroom. The whole time I felt like I was being watched. I kept catching movement out of the corner of my eye, but whenever I turned to look, nothing was there, just shadows. The worst part was Harold's study. Aunt Doris asked me to grab some papers from his desk, and the moment I stepped inside, my entire body went cold. I swear the temperature dropped at least 10 degrees. The room was perfectly ordinary, just a desk, some bookshelves, a computer that looked ancient, but something about it made my skin crawl. As I grabbed the papers, I noticed a small, leather-bound book tucked under some folders. I probably shouldn't have looked, but curiosity got the better of me. It was some kind of journal. I only read a few lines before slamming it shut. It's getting stronger. I can feel it watching me while I sleep. I don't think I can keep it contained much longer. I shoved the book back where I found it and practically ran out of the room. I didn't tell anyone what I'd read. I mean, what would I say? That Harold was crazy? That he thought something was after him? It sounded ridiculous. We finished packing up that day, and Aunt Doris moved into our spare bedroom. For a few days, everything was normal. Well, as normal as it could be with a grieving elderly woman in the house. Aunt Doris mostly kept to herself, spent a lot of time looking through old photos, crying quietly. Then came that night. I went to bed around 10, just like usual. I remember checking my phone, texting my friend Amber about homework, then falling asleep pretty quickly. I woke up sometime later. I'm not sure exactly when, but it was still dark out. At first, I thought I'd just had a bad dream or something, but then I realized I couldn't move. Not like my foot had fallen asleep. I mean, I couldn't move. Anything. Not my arms, not my legs, not even my head. I couldn't even scream. It was like my entire body was frozen, but my mind was wide awake. I'd heard about sleep paralysis before, so I tried to stay calm, telling myself it would pass. That's when I saw it. A shadow, darker than the darkness of my room, moving at the foot of my bed. It wasn't shaped like a person exactly, more like a smudge, a blot of pure black that seemed to absorb what little light was in the room, and it was moving toward me. I tried to scream, but my throat wouldn't work. I tried to thrash, to run, but my body betrayed me. All I could do was lie there, eyes wide open, watching as this thing crept closer and closer. It reached the side of my bed, and then it grew, stretched upward until it was looming over me like some twisted, malformed giant. I could feel its coldness radiating against my skin, like standing in front of an open freezer, only worse, much worse. Then it leaned down, right over my face. I couldn't see any features, just this impenetrable blackness. But somehow, I knew it was looking at me, studying me. And then I heard it. Get out. The voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to bypass my ears and go straight into my brain. It was like sandpaper on raw nerves, like nails on a chalkboard, like everything horrible you've ever heard all at once. And then it hit me. I felt a sharp, stinging pain across my right cheek, like someone had slashed me with a knife. The pain was so intense, so real, that it somehow broke the paralysis. I screamed and bolted upright in bed, my hand flying to my face. It came away wet. In the dim light from my window, I could see my fingers were dark with what could only be blood, my blood. I switched on my bedside lamp with shaking hands. There was blood on my pillowcase, on my sheets. I stumbled to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. A thin, jagged cut ran from just below my eye to my jawline. It wasn't deep, but it was definitely real. This wasn't sleep paralysis. This wasn't a dream. Something had attacked me. I stood there for what felt like forever, just staring at my reflection, trying to make sense of what had happened. I thought about waking my parents, telling them everything, but then I remembered why I couldn't. My older brother Ryan had been diagnosed with schizophrenia 6 months earlier. He'd been having episodes, seeing and hearing things that weren't there. The whole family had been walking on eggshells, trying not to trigger him. If I started talking about shadow monsters attacking me in the night, it might make him worse. Mom and Dad might even think I was developing symptoms too. So I cleaned myself up, put a Band-Aid on the cut, and went back to bed. I didn't sleep though, I just sat there, back against the wall, lights on, until morning came. The next day, Mom asked about the Band-Aid. I told her I'd scratched myself in my sleep. She seemed concerned but didn't push it. Aunt Doris, though, she kept staring at me during breakfast with this look of absolute dread. She knew something. I'm sure of it. I wanted to confront her, to ask her what Harold had been so afraid of, why he'd warned her about me specifically, but I never got the chance. That afternoon, she announced she'd found a small apartment and would be moving out by the end of the week. Mom tried to convince her to stay longer, but Aunt Doris was adamant. She kept glancing at me when she thought I wasn't looking. A month after Aunt Doris left, we moved too. Dad got a job offer in another town, about 60 miles away. I was relieved, honestly. Even though nothing else had happened since that night, I never felt safe in that house again. I kept feeling like I was being watched, especially in my room. I started sleeping with the lights on, which made my parents worry, but I couldn't help it. The new house seemed perfect at first. It was bigger than our old one, with a finished basement that my parents said could be a rec room for me and my friends. The first few days were busy with unpacking, arranging furniture, all that stuff. Then I found it. I was in the basement setting up our old ping-pong table when I noticed a section of the wall where the paint looked different. Newer, like someone had patched it recently. Curiosity got the better of me, and I peeled back a corner of the paint. Underneath was black paint. Not just a random splotch, but a deliberate shape. I peeled more, revealing what was unmistakably a pentagram, a big one, about 3 feet across, painted directly onto the concrete wall. In the center of it was something written in what looked like red paint, but I couldn't make out the words with so much still covered. My heart was pounding as I ran upstairs to get a scraper from the toolbox. I don't know why I didn't just call my parents right away. Maybe part of me didn't want to believe what I was seeing. Maybe I was still trying to convince myself I wasn't going crazy. I spent the next hour carefully scraping away the top layer of paint. As more of the pentagram was revealed, I discovered it wasn't just a simple 5-pointed star. There were symbols between each point, things I'd never seen before, and in the center, written in what now looked disturbingly like dried blood, were the words, "I opened what I cannot close." That's when I found the letter, tucked into a small gap between the wall and the floor molding, right next to the pentagram. It was handwritten on yellow legal paper, the ink faded but still legible. To whoever finds this, I'm sorry, I was stupid. I thought it was just a game, just some witchcraft stuff I found online. I never believed it would work, but it did. God help me, it did. Something came through, something dark. I can't stay here anymore. It won't let me sleep. It whispers things, horrible things. I've tried everything to close what I opened. Nothing works. Maybe you'll have better luck. If not, run. It was signed Jessica with no last name. I showed my parents everything. Dad tried to play it off as a prank by the previous owners, but I could tell he was disturbed. Mom was more openly freaked out. They spent that weekend painting over the pentagram with heavy-duty primer and then several coats of bright white paint. Dad even blessed the house himself with some holy water he got from a church, even though we weren't particularly religious. For a while it seemed to work. Life went back to normal. School started, I made new friends, and the whole incident with Aunt Doris and the shadow thing started to feel like a distant nightmare. Then the pentagram started bleeding through the paint, just faintly at first. You could barely see it unless the light hit the wall just right, but it got more visible each day, like the black paint was somehow pushing through, and things started happening. Small things at first. Items would go missing, then turn up in weird places. A hairbrush in the freezer, my homework in the bathroom cabinet, Dad's car keys in the potted plant. Then came the noises. giggling like children playing, but there were no kids nearby. Footsteps overhead when everyone was downstairs, cabinets slamming shut in the middle of the night, pictures falling off walls for no reason. My parents tried to rationalize everything. The house was settling. It was the wind. The neighbors' kids were playing pranks, but I knew better. I'd felt that coldness before. I'd seen what could come in the darkness. Mom finally called a priest after a particularly bad night when all the faucets in the house turned on by themselves at 3 in the morning. Father McKenna was this older Irish guy, probably in his 60s, with kind eyes but a serious demeanor. He didn't dismiss anything we told him, which was a relief. He blessed every room in the house, paying special attention to the basement. When he saw the pentagram, which by now was clearly visible despite multiple repainting attempts, he got very quiet. He stared at it for a long time, then pulled out his Bible and started reading passages I didn't recognize, not regular prayers, something older. As he read, the temperature in the basement plummeted. My breath came out in clouds and the lights flickered. Then came a sound I'll never forget, a low, angry growl that seemed to come from the walls themselves. Father McKenna didn't stop. If anything, he read louder, his voice firm and commanding. The growling got louder too, and the whole house seemed to shake. I was terrified, clinging to my mom while Dad stood protectively in front of us. Then, suddenly, silence. Complete, absolute silence. The lights steadied and warmth slowly returned to the room. Father McKenna turned to us, his face pale but composed. "It's done," he said simply. "Whatever was here is gone now. But I wouldn't remove that paint again if I were you. Some doors are better left closed." That was 3 years ago. We still live in that house. The pentagram never showed through again after Father McKenna's blessing. The strange occurrences stopped completely. Life went back to normal, but sometimes late at night I still wake up feeling like I'm being watched. And in those moments between sleeping and waking, I swear I can hear a faint whisper, "I'll find you again." Story. I've never really talked about this before, not in detail anyway. It's been about 8 years since everything happened, but I still get goosebumps thinking about it. I grew up in San Bernardino, California. Not the best neighborhood, but it was home. The house directly across from ours had this weird energy about it that I can't really explain, even now. When I was really little, maybe 3 or 4, that house burned down. I don't remember the fire itself, just my parents talking about it afterward. They rebuilt it when I was around 5, and that's when Mariana's family moved in. Mariana was around my age, and we went to the same elementary school, but I never went inside their house. My parents were super strict about who I could hang out with, and her family had some gang connections that made my parents uncomfortable. We were friendly at school, but that was about it. Over the years, I'd watched that house from my bedroom window. Mariana's family lived there for about 5 years before moving out. After that, a family with 2 little boys moved in, but they only stayed for like 6 months. Something about the house being too much for them. Then they moved to this tiny property behind the house, which was weird because it was basically a glorified shed. Why would anyone downsize that drastically unless something was seriously wrong with the main house? Eventually, my neighbor Jessica and her family moved in. By then, I was about 15, and Jessica was around 12. Her mom was a single parent who worked long hours, so I started babysitting Jessica and her little brother Tyler after school. That's when I started noticing things. The first time something weird happened, I was helping Jessica with her homework in the living room. Tyler was taking a nap, and we both heard what sounded like someone rummaging through cabinets in the kitchen. I remember freezing, my pencil hovering over Jessica's math worksheet. She looked at me and whispered, "Did you hear that?" I nodded and got up to check, thinking maybe Tyler had woken up, but he was still sound asleep, and the kitchen was completely empty. All the cabinet doors were closed. When I went back to the living room, Jessica just shrugged and said, "It happens sometimes." After that, I started noticing more things. Footsteps in the hallway when everyone was accounted for. The feeling of someone watching me from doorways. One time I was doing dishes after dinner, and I swear I saw Tyler walk past the kitchen doorway in my peripheral vision. I called out to him, but when I went to check, he was in the living room playing video games, exactly where he'd been for the past hour. I tried to rationalize everything. Old houses make noise. My eyes were playing tricks on me. But deep down, I knew something wasn't right with that house. The really freaky stuff happened on July 4th, when I was 19. Jessica was 15 by then, and we'd become pretty close. Her mom had taken Tyler to see the fireworks downtown, but Jessica didn't want to go because crowds made her anxious. She asked if I wanted to hang out instead, so I headed over around 7 in the evening. It was still bright outside when I got there. San Bernardino in July is scorching hot, and that day was no exception. Jessica and I made popcorn and decided to watch horror movies in the living room, which seems kind of ironic now, considering what happened later. Around 9:30, we heard some early fireworks going off in the distance. Jessica suggested we go sit on the front porch to watch, so we grabbed our sodas and headed outside. The sun had just set, and the sky was that deep blue color it gets right before it turns completely dark. We sat on the steps talking about school and boys and all the normal stuff teenage girls talk about. After about 20 minutes, Jessica realized she'd forgotten her phone inside. "I'll be right back," she said, and went in through the front door, leaving it open behind her. I sat there alone, scrolling through my own phone, when I heard Jessica call my name from inside the house. There was something off about her voice. It sounded strained, almost like she was trying to sound casual but was actually freaked out. "Amanda, can you come here for a second?" I got up and went to the doorway. "What's up?" I called out. The living room was empty, but the light in the hallway was on. "I'm in my room," she called back. "I need your help with something." I walked through the living room and down the hallway toward her bedroom. The house felt different somehow, colder, despite the summer heat outside. When I reached her room, the door was closed. "Jess?" I knocked lightly. No answer. I knocked again, louder this time. "Jessica?" Still nothing. I tried the doorknob and the door swung open to reveal an empty room. Her phone was on her bed, but she wasn't there. "Jessica?" I called out, louder now, feeling the first tingling of fear run up my spine. This isn't funny. That's when I heard her voice again, but this time it was coming from the front porch. "Amanda, where'd you go?" I rushed back through the hallway and into the living room to find Jessica standing in the doorway, looking confused. "I was looking for you," I said, my heart still racing. "I thought you called me from your room." Jessica's face went pale. "I just went to get my phone from the kitchen counter. I didn't call you." We stared at each other for a long moment. Then she said, "Let's go back outside." We sat on the porch steps again, but the carefree mood was gone. Jessica kept glancing back at the house nervously. Finally, she admitted that weird stuff had been happening ever since they moved in. "Mom doesn't want to talk about it," she said, "but Tyler sees things all the time. He says there's a lady who watches him from the doorway when he's trying to sleep." I felt goosebumps rise on my arms despite the warm night air. "Why didn't you tell me before?" She shrugged. "I didn't want you to think I was crazy. Or worse, stop coming over." Around 11, Jessica's mom texted to say they were heading home. The official fireworks show was over, but people around the neighborhood were still setting off their own. Jessica suggested we go back inside to wait for them. As soon as we walked in, I felt it again, that weird heaviness in the air, like the house was holding its breath. We went to the living room and sat on the couch, neither of us suggesting we resume our movie. "Do you hear that?" Jessica whispered after a few minutes. I listened. At first, I heard nothing over the distant popping of fireworks. Then I caught it, a soft tapping sound coming from somewhere down the hallway. "It's probably just the house settling," I said, not believing it myself. The tapping continued, growing slightly louder. Then it stopped abruptly, replaced by what sounded like footsteps. Jessica grabbed my arm. "Someone's in the house." My first thought was burglars. Maybe someone had broken in through the back door, thinking the house was empty because of the holiday. I grabbed my phone, ready to call 911. "Let's go outside," I whispered. "We can wait for your mom in my car." We stood up slowly, trying not to make any noise. That's when all the lights went out. The house was plunged into darkness, with only the occasional flash of colorful light through the windows from distant fireworks. Jessica's grip on my arm tightened. "It's okay," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Probably just a power outage from the heat. Everyone's running their AC." But even as I said it, I noticed the houses across the street still had lights on. This wasn't a neighborhood blackout. We used our phone flashlights to make our way to the front door. I reached for the knob, turned it, and pulled. The door didn't budge. "It's locked," Jessica said, panic rising in her voice. "The deadbolt is on." "That's impossible," I said. "We just came in this way." But she was right. The deadbolt was locked, and neither of us had a key. Her mom had the only key to that lock, and they almost never used it. We tried the back door next, with the same result. All the windows were locked too, except for one small bathroom window that was too high and narrow for either of us to fit through. Jessica was full-on panicking now. "Someone's in here with us," she kept saying. "They locked us in." I tried to stay calm, though my heart was racing so hard I could feel it in my throat. "Let's call your mom," I suggested. "She'll be home soon anyway." Jessica called her mom, who said they were about 10 minutes away. She didn't believe us about the deadbolt, said we must have accidentally locked it ourselves, but she promised they'd be home soon to let us out. Those were the longest 10 minutes of my life. We sat with our backs against the front door, phone flashlights on, jumping at every creak and pop in the house. The footsteps had stopped, but now and then we'd hear that tapping sound again, moving from room to room as if following an invisible path. Finally, we heard Jessica's mom's car pull up outside. Relief flooded through me as we heard her footsteps on the porch and then her key in the lock, except the door didn't open. We heard her voice through the door, confused at first, then concerned. "Jessica, the door won't open. The deadbolt is locked from the inside." Jessica and I looked at each other in horror. We were sitting right in front of the door. There was no deadbolt locked on our side. Her mom started banging on the door. "This isn't funny. Open the door right now." "We can't," Jessica shouted back. "It's locked from your side too." There was a moment of confused silence from outside. Then her mom said she was going to try the back door. We heard her footsteps retreat, then circle around to the back of the house. A minute later, more banging and shouting from the back door. "I'm going to try to get in through a window," her mom called. A few minutes later, we heard glass breaking from somewhere in the house, then footsteps, real human footsteps, coming toward us from the hallway. Jessica's mom appeared, looking freaked out. "What the hell is going on?" she demanded. "We don't know," I said. "We couldn't get out." She tried the front door from our side. The knob turned easily, but the door remained firmly shut, as if something was holding it closed from the outside. "This is insane," she muttered, then motioned for us to follow her. I broke the bathroom window. "We're getting out that way." One by one, we climbed out through the narrow bathroom window. Jessica's little brother was waiting in the car, scared and confused. Once we were all outside, Jessica's mom went back to the front door. She put her key in the lock and turned it. The door swung open easily. We cautiously went back inside. The lights were working again. Nothing seemed out of place, but the feeling in the house had changed. It felt emptier somehow, like whatever had been there had retreated. A few days later, I ran into Mariana at the grocery store. I hadn't seen her in years, but she recognized me right away. We got to talking, and I mentioned the weird stuff happening at her old house. Her face went serious. "Is Jessica's family still living there?" When I nodded, she sighed. "That house. We had problems the whole time we lived there. The deadbolt would lock itself all the time. TVs and radios would turn on by themselves in the middle of the night." She hesitated, then added, "My mom used to see a woman in the hallway, always wearing this big sun hat, like she was dressed for a garden party or something. We'd see her through the window sometimes too, standing in the living room, even when no one was home. I felt cold, despite the store's air conditioning being broken that day. Did you ever find out who she was? Mariana shook her head. The house was new when we moved in, built after the fire. But my dad did some digging. Apparently, before the original house, there was a smaller house on that property back in the 1940s. A woman lived there alone after her husband died in the war. The story goes that she locked herself inside one day and set the place on fire. Jessica's family moved out a month later. They never said exactly why, but I noticed Jessica wouldn't even look at the house when we passed it on the street. No one's lived there longer than a year since then. The house stands empty now, the paint peeling, the garden overgrown. Sometimes when I visit my parents, I catch myself staring at it from my old bedroom window, and sometimes just for a moment, I think I see a figure in the window wearing what looks like a wide-brimmed sun hat. Story 5. I've never been one to believe in ghosts or the paranormal. I was always the person rolling my eyes at those ghost hunting shows, pointing out how easily everything could be faked. But after what happened last summer at my aunt and uncle's house in Oak Hollow, I honestly don't know what to believe anymore. For context, I moved in with my aunt and uncle after some family troubles. My dad got arrested when I was 14, and my mom couldn't really cope. My pawpaw, that's what we called my grandfather, took it really hard when his son went to jail. He started drinking more, and eventually, he overdosed on a mix of alcohol and pills. I don't think it was intentional, but who knows what was going through his mind. When Pawpaw died, I inherited some of his things. Nothing valuable, just personal items with sentimental meaning. Among them was this old car piggy bank with a built-in music box. It was kind of tacky, a red convertible with chrome details, but Pawpaw loved cars, and he'd kept it on his dresser for as long as I could remember. When you turned the key underneath, it played this tinny version of You Are My Sunshine. It was special to me because I remember sitting on his lap as a little kid, and he'd let me wind it up and we'd listen to it together. Anyway, I kept this car bank in my room at my aunt and uncle's place. Their house is this sprawling one-story in rural Oak Hollow, about 40 minutes from the nearest proper city. It's quiet out there, the kind of quiet where you can hear every creak and groan a house makes. One Friday afternoon, my friend Megan came over after school. We were hanging out in my room and I showed her some of Pawpaw's things, including the car bank. I wound it up and we listened to the song. After it finished playing, I put it back in my cabinet and forgot about it. That night, I was lying in bed scrolling through TikTok when I heard a single clear ding from inside my cabinet. The sound was unmistakable. It was the exact sound the music box makes. Just one note, then silence. I froze. It had been hours since I'd played the music box. There's no way it could still be running. These things play for maybe 30 seconds, not 6 hours. I checked the time on my phone. 11:23 at night. I got up and opened the cabinet. The car bank was sitting exactly where I'd left it. I picked it up, examined it, even wound it up again to compare the sound. Yep, same sound, but how could it have made that noise on its own? The next morning, I mentioned it to my Aunt Karen over breakfast. Instead of being creeped out, she got this strange look on her face, almost excited. "That's Pawpaw," she said immediately. "He's letting you know he's here." I laughed nervously. "Aunt Karen, come on. It was probably just the spring unwinding or something." She shook her head. "Sarah, there are things that happen in this house that I can't explain. The clock in the living room. Have you noticed it?" I had noticed it. It was an old pendulum clock that had stopped working years ago. The hands were frozen at 3:17. "Sometimes the hands move," she said. "Not all the way around, just a little bit, and then they go back. Nobody touches it. Your uncle refuses to acknowledge it, but I've seen it happen." I didn't know what to say to that. I thought maybe she was just seeing things, wanting to believe Pawpaw was still around somehow. But then things got weirder. About a week later, I was at a basketball game with my uncle. My aunt had stayed home because she wasn't feeling well. When we got back around 9:30 at night, she was sitting in the kitchen with all the lights on, looking pale. "Something happened while you were gone," she said. Her voice was shaky. According to her, she'd been lying down in their bedroom when she heard music playing, not from the TV or radio, from somewhere in the house. She got up to investigate and realized it was coming from the hallway between my room and my cousin's room. He's away at college now. It was a country song, she said, about someone watching you. I don't know the name, but I recognized it. It was playing from that specific spot in the hallway, not from either room, from the hallway itself. She said she checked both rooms, checked all the devices, but couldn't find anything that could be playing music. Then it just stopped. She went back to her bedroom, still freaked out, when she heard the distinct sound of keys jingling, like someone was shaking a keychain. But not just any keychain. She said it sounded exactly like my lanyard, which has this specific jingle because of all the keychains and the way I have my keys arranged. The thing is, I was at the game with my uncle. My lanyard was in my purse with me. That was weird enough. But then she heard the garage door open. She heard the motor running, heard the door slide up, and saw the light turn on under the door that connects to the house. She was terrified, thinking someone was breaking in. She grabbed the baseball bat they keep under the bed and called my uncle, who told her we were on our way home and to lock herself in the bedroom until we got there. When we arrived, all the doors were locked. The garage door was closed. Nothing was disturbed, but my aunt was absolutely convinced of what she'd heard. "The part of the house where your room is now, that used to be his workshop," my aunt explained. "Your pawpaw would spend hours in there tinkering with things. Maybe that's why things happen more in that part of the house." I tried to rationalize it. The music could have been a neighbor's radio. The key sound could have been something else entirely. The garage door, well, that was harder to explain, but maybe she heard something else and misinterpreted it. But then more things started happening. 3 days later, I was home alone, working on homework at the kitchen table. I got up to get a drink from the fridge, and when I turned around, my chemistry textbook was on the floor. I was positive I hadn't knocked it off. I hadn't even been near the table. The following week, I was taking a shower when the bathroom light flickered off and then on again. Could have been an electrical issue, except it happened 3 more times in a pattern. Off on, off on, off on. Almost like someone flipping the switch. One night, I woke up at exactly 3:17 in the morning. That time stuck out to me immediately because of the clock in the living room. I felt weirdly compelled to get up and check on something. I walked to my cabinet and opened it, and the car bank was warm to the touch. Not just room temperature, actually warm, like someone had been holding it. I told my aunt about these incidents, and she just nodded like she'd been expecting it. "He's watching over you," she said. "Your pawpaw always worried about you after your dad got in trouble. He feels guilty he wasn't there for you after he passed." It was getting harder to dismiss everything as coincidence. One evening, I was sitting on my bed when I distinctly heard someone whistle the first few notes of "You Are My Sunshine," the same song from the music box. The whistle came from right outside my door, but when I opened it, no one was there. My aunt and uncle were both in the living room watching TV. The incident that really got to me happened about a month after the first music box ding. I was having a really bad day. I'd gotten a D on a test I'd studied hard for, and then I found out my dad's parole had been denied again. I was lying in my bed crying when I heard the music box start to play. Not just one note, the entire song from beginning to end. The thing is, I could see the cabinet from where I was lying down. It was closed. No one had touched it. When the song finished, I felt this presence. I can't describe it any other way. It wasn't scary. It felt familiar and comforting, like when someone you trust puts their hand on your shoulder. The air felt different, heavier, but not in a bad way. Then my phone, which was charging on my nightstand, suddenly opened to my photo gallery and scrolled to a picture of me and my pawpaw from when I was about 9 years old. We were standing next to his old truck, and he had his arm around me. I hadn't looked at that photo in months. I didn't touch my phone. It just happened. I told my cousin about all this when he came home for Thanksgiving break. He didn't seem surprised at all. "Yeah, weird stuff happens in this house all the time," he said casually. When I was in high school, my basketball uniform would always end up laid out on my bed before games, even if I'd stuffed it in my gym bag. Mom said it was Paw making sure I was ready. I asked him if it scared him. He shrugged and said, "Nah, it's just Paw. He's just checking on us." I wish I could end this with some kind of explanation or resolution, but I can't. These things are still happening. Just last week, I came home to find my car bank sitting in the middle of my bed instead of in the cabinet where I always keep it. 2 days ago, the garage door opened by itself again when I was home alone. My aunt is convinced it's Paw's spirit watching over us. My uncle pretends nothing is happening. My cousin accepts it as normal. And me? I don't know what to believe. I've researched everything from subsonic frequencies to electrical anomalies to psychological explanations. Nothing quite fits. All I know is that whenever I'm feeling particularly sad or stressed, I often hear that single ding from the music box, and sometimes, just sometimes, I find myself talking to an empty room, telling Paw about my day. Is it Paw's spirit? Is it some weird psychological thing where we're all feeding into each other's beliefs? Is there a perfectly logical explanation that we're all missing? I honestly don't know. But the next time you hear an unexplained sound in your house, especially if it's connected to someone you've lost, maybe it's worth considering that they're trying to let you know they're still there, watching over you. Story 6. I've spent weeks debating whether I should even write this down. Part of me wants to forget it ever happened, but I can't stop thinking about it. I need to tell someone who might understand or have experienced something similar. This happened last month when my friends and I rented a cabin for a weekend getaway. There were 6 of us: me, Olivia, May, Sarah, Tanya, Jess, and Danny. We've been friends since college and try to get together at least once a year. This time, we found this supposedly charming cabin about 3 hours from the city, completely secluded in the woods. The nearest neighbor was at least 5 miles away, and cell reception was practically non-existent. We thought it would be perfect. No distractions, just us reconnecting. The cabin itself was nice enough, if a bit more rustic than the photos suggested. 2 bedrooms with bunk beds, a small kitchen, living room with a fireplace, and a bathroom with temperamental plumbing. The property had a fire pit about 50 feet from the cabin, surrounded by some logs for seating. Beyond that, just dense forest and an overgrown field with tall grass that rustled constantly in the wind. We arrived Friday afternoon unpacked and spent the evening catching up. Everyone was in good spirits. Sarah had brought a bottle of her homemade blackberry wine, which we enjoyed while making dinner together. The whole vibe was relaxed and fun. On Saturday, we went hiking, explored the area, took photos, and just enjoyed being away from our everyday lives. Nothing weird happened during the day. Nothing at all. That's what makes what happened later so much worse. There was no warning, no building sense of dread, no strange occurrences that might have prepared us. That night, we decided to build a campfire. It was a clear night with thousands of stars visible above us, something you never see in the city. We dragged some extra chairs outside, got the fire going, and just talked and laughed for hours. We were being pretty loud, to be honest. There was more wine, some whiskey Tanya had brought, and we were all a bit tipsy and uninhibited. Around 11, May pulled out her tarot cards. I should mention that none of us are particularly spiritual or into the occult or anything. It was just something fun to do. May had gotten into tarot during the pandemic as a hobby and liked doing readings for friends. We didn't take it seriously. She did readings for each of us, making predictions about our love lives and careers that had us all laughing. Mine was about meeting someone unexpected who would change my perspective. Typical vague tarot stuff that could mean anything. We joked about it, made up ridiculous interpretations. The reading for Danny suggested she needed to open herself to unknown energies, which became a running joke for the rest of the night. After the readings, we continued talking around the fire. The conversation had turned to past relationships and breakups. I remember checking my watch at around 11:25 and thinking we should probably head inside soon since it was getting colder. That's when it happened. At approximately 11:30, I know because I checked my watch immediately after. We heard it. A laugh, a child's laugh, but wrong somehow. It was loud, much louder than our own voices had been, even though we weren't exactly being quiet. It lasted maybe 6 seconds total, but felt much longer. The thing is, we all heard it slightly differently. To me, it sounded like multiple children laughing, but with this malicious undertone that made my skin crawl. Not playful at all. Tanya described it later as sounding like both laughter and crying at the same time, like a child in distress, trying to pretend they were having fun. May said it sounded to her like a single child laughing, but slowed down and distorted. Jess thought it sounded like it was coming through some kind of electronic filter. But we all agreed on 2 things. It was definitely childlike, and it was close, like within 20 feet of us close. Not off in the distance, not an echo, right there with us. We all froze. I looked at my friends' faces illuminated by the firelight and saw my own terror reflected back at me. Nobody spoke, nobody had to. We made eye contact and all silently agreed we needed to get inside. Now, we scrambled to gather our things, phones, cups, the half-empty bottle of whiskey. I knocked over my chair in my rush to stand up. Sarah was frantically trying to put out the fire, but Tanya grabbed her arm and just said, "Leave it," in this tight, strangled voice I'd never heard from her before. As we hurried toward the cabin, I heard something else, a rustling sound coming from the tall grass to my right. Not the normal rustling from wind. This was deliberate movement, like something was pacing alongside us, just out of sight. I could swear I felt eyes on me. Not just the sensation of being watched, but actually felt a gaze physically pressing against my skin. Danny was in front with the keys, and her hands were shaking so badly she dropped them on the porch. Those few seconds while she scrambled to pick them up and unlock the door were the longest of my life. I kept my eyes fixed on that tall grass, expecting something, someone, to emerge at any moment. We finally got inside and locked the door behind us. We closed all the curtains, turned on every light in the cabin and huddled together in the living room. No one wanted to be alone, not even to use the bathroom. "What the fuck was that?" Jess finally said after we'd been sitting in silence for several minutes, all of us breathing hard. "An animal," Sarah suggested, but her voice made it clear she didn't believe it herself. "That was not an animal," Tanya said firmly. "That was a child, or something that sounded like a child." "There are no children out here," I reminded everyone. "The nearest house is miles away." "Could it have been a recording?" May asked, like someone playing a sound to freak us out. "Who?" Danny demanded. "We're completely alone out here, and why would anyone do that?" We went back and forth like this for a while, trying to rationalize what we'd heard. But deep down, I think we all knew there was no rational explanation. Not for a child's laugh in the middle of nowhere, not for how loud it was, not for how each of us heard it slightly differently. May was the first to bring up the tarot cards. "Do you think, this happened right after we did the readings?" "That's just coincidence," Sarah said, but she didn't sound convinced. "You literally told Danny to open herself to unknown energies," Jess pointed out. "It's just cards with pictures. It's not real magic," May protested, but I could tell she was unsettled by the timing too. We stayed up almost all night, too afraid to sleep. At some point, Tanya ventured to the window and peeked outside. The fire had burned down to embers. Nothing moved in the darkness. Around 4 in the morning, exhaustion finally won out, and we all dozed off in the living room, nobody willing to go to the bedrooms. I woke up at dawn, stiff from sleeping sitting up on the floor. The cabin was quiet except for my friend's breathing. I carefully got up and went to the window. In the gray morning light, everything looked normal. The fire pit was just a pile of ashes now. The field of tall grass swayed gently in the morning breeze. We packed up and left immediately after breakfast, cutting our trip short by a full day. Nobody complained about this decision. We made up an excuse about Jess not feeling well when we called the property owner. The drive back was mostly silent. I think we were all processing what had happened, trying to make sense of it. Eventually, Tanya said what we were all thinking. That wasn't natural. What do you think it was? Sarah asked quietly. Nobody had an answer. It's been 4 weeks now. We've talked about it a few times in our group chat, but the conversations always peter out quickly. I think we're all afraid to examine it too closely, afraid of what conclusions we might reach. I've done some research on local folklore for that area, looking for stories about children in the woods or supernatural entities that mimic human sounds. I haven't found anything specific yet. I've also looked into scientific explanations, sound distortion in forests, animal calls that might sound human-like, even mass hysteria. Nothing fits. What keeps me up at night is not just the memory of that laugh, but the implications of what it means. If that was something paranormal, and I'm increasingly convinced it was, then what else is out there? What did we accidentally invite into our presence that night? I keep thinking about my tarot reading, meeting someone unexpected who would change my perspective. Well, mission accomplished. My perspective has definitely changed. I used to be skeptical about supernatural things. Not anymore. The other thing that haunts me is the timing. 10 minutes after the tarot readings. Was that significant? Did we somehow open a door? And if we did we remember to close it? I haven't touched a tarot card since that night. Neither has May. Some things aren't worth the risk. I'm writing this partly to warn others, partly to see if anyone has experienced something similar. I need to know we're not alone in this. I need to know if anyone else has heard that laugh. Because sometimes, when I'm falling asleep, I swear I can still hear it. Faint, distant, but unmistakable. A child's laugh, distorted and wrong. And I can't shake the feeling that whatever made that sound is still out there, and worse, that it's following me home. Story 7. I still don't know how to make sense of what happened to me 3 months ago. I've never been the superstitious type, but this experience has completely changed my outlook on life and death. I'm hoping by sharing this, someone might have answers, or at least tell me I'm not going crazy. I live in a small village about 20 kilometers from the coast in Tamil Nadu. It's the kind of place where everyone knows each other, and traditions run deep. My cousin Amit and I grew up together. He was more like a brother to me. When I got the call that he was in his final hours after battling cancer for nearly 2 years, I dropped everything and rushed to his home. The atmosphere in his house was suffocating with grief. My aunt was wailing in the kitchen while my uncle sat stone-faced in the corner of Amit's room. The local doctor had already left, saying there was nothing more to be done. It was just a matter of hours. I sat beside Amit's bed, his hand in mine. His breathing was labored, and his eyes couldn't focus anymore. His body had wasted away to almost nothing. I whispered to him about our childhood memories. The time we stole mangoes from old Mr. Sharma's tree, the cricket matches we played in the dusty field behind the temple, the secrets we shared under the stars on summer nights. I'm here, Bai. I'm not leaving you, I kept saying, even though I wasn't sure he could hear me anymore. Around 4 in the afternoon, Amit's breathing became more erratic. Then something happened that I later wished I could forget. As his body began to shut down, he lost control of his bowels. It's a natural part of dying that nobody talks about. The smell was immediate and strong in the small room, but I didn't let go of his hand. I couldn't. My aunt rushed in with cloths, trying to clean what she could while still maintaining his dignity. At 4:37, Amit took his last breath. His hand went limp in mine. The room fell silent except for my aunt's renewed wailing. What followed was a blur of activity. In our tradition, the body needs to be cremated quickly, preferably before sunset. As one of the closest male relatives, I had responsibilities to fulfill. We bathed Amit's body with turmeric water, dressed him in white, and prepared him for his final journey. During all of this, I didn't notice that some of the waste from earlier had smeared onto my right forearm. I was too consumed by grief and the tasks at hand. We placed Amit's body on a bamboo stretcher, and 4 of us, myself, my uncle, and 2 male cousins, lifted it to carry to the cremation ground about 1 kilometer away. As we walked through the village, more people joined the procession. The The sun was starting to set, casting long shadows across the narrow paths between houses. That's when I first noticed the smell. At first I thought it was just lingering from earlier, but it seemed to be getting stronger. I glanced down and saw the brownish smear on my arm, but couldn't do anything about it then. The cremation was performed according to tradition. My uncle, as Amit's father, lit the pyre. We stood watching as the flames consumed my cousin's body. The heat was intense, the smoke acrid. Throughout it all, the smell from my arm seemed to grow more unbearable. It wasn't just the normal smell of human waste. There was something else to it. Something rotten and wrong. After the initial flames had taken hold and some of the mourners began to disperse, I excused myself to go to a small stream that ran near the cremation ground. I squatted by the water and scrubbed my arm viciously, using sand from the stream bed to make sure I removed every trace of the stain. The relief was immediate when the smell finally disappeared. By this time it was around 7:30 in the evening and I needed to get home. My village was about 20 kilometers away, and I had my motorcycle. I said my goodbyes to my aunt and uncle, promising to return the next day for the ash collection ceremony. The road back to my village usually has a decent amount of traffic, farmers returning from markets, workers heading home, the occasional bus. But that night, it was strangely empty. The only light came from my motorcycle's headlamp and the half-moon above. The air was still and heavy with humidity. About 13 kilometers into my journey, the road runs parallel to a beach for a short stretch. It's usually a beautiful view during the day, but at night it's just a vast darkness with the sound of waves crashing. As I approached this section, my headlight caught something by the roadside, a dark shape that looked like a person lying down. My first thought was that it was someone drunk or high who had passed out. We occasionally get tourists or local alcoholics in the area. I slowed down slightly but decided not to stop. This stretch of road was isolated, and something felt off about the whole situation. As I passed by the figure, a smell hit me so violently that I nearly veered off the road. It was the same terrible stench from earlier, the one I thought I had washed away, but this was 100 times stronger, like being dunked in a septic tank filled with rotting flesh. I accelerated, wanting to get away from whatever was causing the smell. That's when my headlight illuminated something in the middle of the road about 50 meters ahead, a short, black figure standing perfectly still. It wasn't a child. The proportions were all wrong. It was maybe half my height, but broad and somehow dense-looking, like a shadow that had pulled itself up from the ground. Every instinct in my body screamed danger. I didn't slow down, I didn't swerve. Some deep, primal part of me knew that stopping would be the worst mistake I could make. I gunned the engine, pushing my old Hero Honda to 90 kilometers per hour, aiming to pass the figure as quickly as possible. As I got closer, I couldn't make out any features on what should have been a face. It was just blackness, not the blackness of skin or clothing, but the absence of light, like a hole cut into reality. I blasted past it, the wind rushing in my ears, and then I heard it, a sound I still hear in my nightmares, a rapid, wet slapping against the pavement behind me. Whatever that thing was, it was running, and it was keeping pace with my motorcycle. I didn't look back. I couldn't. Fear had frozen my neck as surely as if it had been encased in concrete. I just focused on the road ahead and pushed my motorcycle harder than I ever had before. The engine whined in protest as I maintained that speed for the remaining 7 kilometers home. The sound of pursuit never faded. It kept pace the entire way, that wet slapping against asphalt somehow audible even over my engine and the wind, and the smell, God, the smell followed me like a cloud. When I finally reached my street, I felt the thing fall back. The sound stopped. The smell lingered but became less intense. I pulled into my yard, killed the engine, and sat there, shaking so hard I couldn't even dismount. My clothes were soaked with sweat despite the cool night air. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, I managed to get off the bike and stumble into my house. My wife was already asleep with our young son. I went straight to the bathroom, stripped, and stood under the shower for a long time, trying to wash away not just the sweat, but the fear that clung to me like a second skin. As I was drying off, I happened to glance at my right forearm and froze. There, in exactly the same spot I had scrubbed clean at the stream, was the brownish stain, and the smell was back, emanating from that single spot on my arm. I scrubbed until my skin was raw, using soap, then disinfectant, then even some of my wife's perfume to try to mask the smell. Nothing worked. The stain would fade slightly but never completely disappear, and the smell would return within minutes. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in our small living room with all the lights on, jumping at every sound. When my wife woke in the morning, she found me still sitting there, staring at my arm. "What happened to your arm?" she asked, noticing the redness from my scrubbing. I couldn't tell her the truth. How could I explain something I didn't understand myself? So I made up a story about an accident at the cremation ground, a minor burn that would heal soon, but it hasn't healed. The stain comes and goes, appearing when I least expect it. Sometimes I'll be at work at the mobile phone shop, helping a customer, and suddenly the smell will return. I'll look down and see the stain has reappeared, even though it wasn't there minutes before. Other things have been happening too. Shadows moving in the corner of my vision. The feeling of being watched when I'm alone. Dreams where I'm running down an endless road with that slapping sound always just behind me. The worst incident happened 2 weeks ago. I woke up around 3 in the morning with that smell stronger than ever. My wife and son were sleeping peacefully beside me. I opened my eyes and saw it. That same black figure standing at the foot of our bed. It was just a silhouette, featureless, but somehow I knew it was looking at me. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. It stood there for what felt like eternity before melting into the darkness of the room. I haven't told anyone about this. Who would believe me? But I know what I saw, what I heard, what I smelled. Something followed me home that night, something connected to my cousin's death, to that stain on my arm. In our culture, there are many beliefs about death and the spirits of the departed. Some say that bodily fluids released at the moment of death can carry pieces of the person's soul. Others talk about entities that aren't human spirits at all, but something older and darker that feed on death and decay. I don't know what's happening to me. I don't know if I'm being haunted by my cousin or if something else has attached itself to me. All I know is that I haven't had a full night's sleep in 3 months. I'm constantly looking over my shoulder, and I can never fully escape that smell, that terrible smell of death and decay. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? Is there any way to break whatever connection has been formed? I'm desperate for answers because I don't know how much longer I can live like this. Story 8. Have you never been the type to believe in monsters? 23 years behind the wheel of a semi, and I thought I'd seen it all. Drunk drivers swerving across lanes, deer frozen in headlights, even that one time outside of Tulsa when a tornado nearly picked me up. But what happened that night on Highway 90 in West Texas? It's been 3 years, and I still wake up sometimes thinking about those eyes. I was doing a regular haul for PAM Transport out of El Paso. Nothing special about the job, just another long-distance run with my driving partner Miriam. She was relatively new, maybe 6 months on the job, but reliable. We'd settled into a good rhythm, trading off driving shifts and keeping each other awake with stories and bad jokes. That night, I was behind the wheel. It was around 1 in the morning, that dead time when the roads are empty and your mind starts to play tricks on you. We were on Highway 90, heading east from Sanderson toward Fort Stockton. If you know that stretch, you know there's nothing out there, just miles of desert, scrubby vegetation, and darkness so complete it feels like you're driving through a void. Miriam was dozing in the passenger seat. The radio was on low, some late-night talk show I wasn't really listening to. The air conditioning was humming, fighting against the late May heat that still hadn't fully dissipated, even in the middle of the night. The highway had been curving gently, but we were coming around to a nice long straightaway. When I first saw movement ahead, my high beams caught something crossing the road maybe 100 yards ahead. At first, I thought it was a deer or maybe a wild hog. They're common enough in parts of Texas, and you learn to watch for them. I eased off the accelerator. No need to slam on the brakes and risk jackknifing with a sleeping partner and 40,000 pounds of cargo behind me. The truck began slowing gradually. As we got closer, I realized whatever was crossing the road was much bigger than a deer, and it wasn't moving like any animal I'd ever seen. It was running on all fours, but there was something wrong with the way it moved, almost like its joints were backward. "Miriam," I said, my voice coming out strangely tight. "Miriam, wake up." She stirred, grumbling something about it not being her shift yet. "You need to see this," I insisted, my eyes never leaving the creature that was now fully illuminated in my headlights. It stopped in the middle of the road, and for a moment it just stood there, staring at us. That's when I got my first good look at it, and I felt every hair on my body stand straight up. This thing was huge, if I had to guess, about 8 feet long, from the tip of its snout to the end of its bushy tail. Its back stood as high as a Volkswagen Beetle. It wasn't a bear, wasn't a mountain lion, wasn't anything I could recognize. Its body was covered in brownish hair, but where my headlights hit it directly, the skin underneath gave off this sickly greenish sheen, like the scales of an iguana, and running down its spine was a row of spikes or spines that stood up like a mohawk. But its face, God, its face is what I still see sometimes when I close my eyes. It had a small head compared to its body, almost reptilian, with a short snout, and the eyes, they glowed red in my headlights, not the usual animal eye shine that reflects back as yellow or green. These were blood red, like hot coals. By now, Miriam was fully awake and leaning forward in her seat, her hand gripping the dashboard so hard her knuckles were white. "What the fuck is that?" she whispered. I didn't answer because I didn't know. The creature tilted its head, looking at us with those glowing eyes, and then it moved again. Its legs were all wrong. They bent like an iguana's, especially the back ones, giving it this awkward but surprisingly fast gait. The front legs seemed more dog-like, but too long, too thin. It crossed the rest of the road quickly and started up a rocky hillside to the right of the highway. That's when I noticed its tail, thick and bushy like a raccoon's, but proportionally much larger. It used that tail for balance as it scrambled up the hill, disappearing into the darkness beyond the reach of my headlights. I was still slowing the truck, and for a split second I considered stopping completely. "Don't stop," Miriam said quickly, her voice tight with fear. "Please don't stop." I nodded and kept the truck moving, but at a crawl now, both of us scanning the darkness outside our windows. The minutes ticked by in silence as we passed the spot where the creature had crossed. Nothing moved in the desert night around us. "Did you see that thing?" I finally asked, needing confirmation that I hadn't hallucinated the whole encounter. "Yeah," Miriam said quietly. "I saw it. What the hell was it?" "I don't know," I admitted. "Never seen anything like it in my life." We drove in silence for a while, both processing what we'd witnessed. I gradually brought the truck back up to speed, but my eyes kept darting to the side of the road, half expecting to see that thing again. "You think it was a bear?" Miriam asked after a while, but her tone made it clear she didn't believe that any more than I did. "No bear I've ever seen," I replied. "Bears don't have spikes down their backs or legs like that." "Mountain lion?" I just shook my head. The next few hours were tense. We took turns driving, neither of us willing to sleep after what we'd seen. When we reached Fort Stockton, we stopped for fuel and coffee. Standing under the harsh fluorescent lights of the truck stop, what we'd seen started to feel almost unreal, like a shared hallucination. "We should report it," Miriam suggested as we sat in a booth, both clutching coffee cups like lifelines. "Report what, and to who?" I asked. "That we saw some unidentifiable animal crossing the road. They'll think we were hallucinating from road fatigue." She nodded reluctantly, knowing I was right. What could we say? That we saw some monster in the middle of nowhere? We finished our run to San Antonio, then headed back west with a new load. Neither of us mentioned the creature again during that trip, but I could tell it was on both our minds. Miriam kept looking out the window whenever we drove at night, especially when we passed through isolated stretches of highway. About 3 weeks later, I was on a solo run and listening to Coast AM on the radio. They were doing a segment on cryptid sightings, and a caller came on, another truck driver who worked the Texas routes. He started describing something he'd seen near Marathon, Texas, not far from where Miriam and I had our encounter. As he spoke, I had to pull over because my hands were shaking too badly to drive. He was describing the exact same creature. The size, the spikes along its back, the iguana-like legs, even the reddish eyes. When I got home after that run, I started researching. I looked up every known animal in West Texas, thinking maybe there was some explanation, some rare but documented creature that could account for what we saw. Nothing matched. Then I stumbled onto articles about the chupacabra. Most of the stories described hairless, dog-like creatures found dead in Texas and Mexico, but those were likely just coyotes with mange. The original descriptions of the chupacabra from Puerto Rico in the 90s were different. They matched almost exactly what Miriam and I had seen. The spikes along the back, the reptilian features combined with mammalian ones, the glowing red eyes, the size, it all fit. I've thought about that night a lot since then. That stretch of Highway 90 runs not far from the Mexican border. The area around Sanderson is full of goat ranches. The name chupacabra literally means goat sucker in Spanish, named for its supposed habit of attacking livestock and draining their blood. I've never been one for supernatural explanations. I'm still not. But I know what I saw that night wasn't any recognized animal, and I'm not the only one who's seen it. Miriam quit PAM Transport about 2 months after our encounter. Last I heard, she was working as a dispatcher in Houston, staying off the roads at night. Can't say I blame her. I still drive that route sometimes. I always slow down near that same stretch of highway, scanning the desert scrub for movement. I've never seen the creature again, but I keep my camera phone ready just in case. I don't know what we saw that night on Highway 90. Maybe it was some undiscovered species. Maybe it was something else entirely. But I know it was real. Those eyes, that movement, the way it stared at us before disappearing into the darkness. Those things don't come from imagination or road fatigue. So, if you're driving through West Texas late at night, keep your eyes on the road, but also on what might be crossing it. And if you see something large with spikes and red eyes, just keep driving. Don't stop. Whatever that thing is, I don't think it's something humans were meant to understand. Story 9. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. It still gives me goosebumps thinking about it, but I need to get this off my chest. I'm not someone who believes in the supernatural, or at least I wasn't before. I've always been pretty practical, the kind of guy who needs evidence before believing anything. That changed about 7 months ago. After my divorce 3 years back, I was in a dark place. Amy and I had been together since college, and when things fell apart, I felt like I'd lost a part of myself. I moved to Oak Ridge, this tiny coastal town where nobody knew me. It's one of those places where everyone knows everyone else's business, but as the newcomer, I was mostly left alone, which was exactly what I needed. For the first year, I just worked, came home, and tried not to think about how empty my house felt. I'd go fishing on weekends, something I'd done with my Aunt Rachel since I was a kid. Being out on the water was the only time I felt any peace. Then I met Olivia. She came into the hardware store where I work, looking for supplies to fix a leaky faucet in her new apartment. There was something about her, not just that she was beautiful, but she had this presence. When she smiled at me, it felt like the first genuine human connection I'd had in over a year. We started dating, and within 6 months, she'd moved in with me. Olivia brought light back into my life in a way I never thought possible, but there was something unusual about her that I noticed right away. She seemed to know what I was feeling before I said anything, like I'd come home from a rough day, and she'd already have my favorite meal cooking, or she'd just give me space when I needed it without me having to ask. When I finally mentioned it, she laughed it off. "I'm just observant," she said. But as time went on, there were too many instances to ignore. She'd answer questions I was only thinking about asking. She'd call me right when I was thinking about her. Eventually, she admitted that she'd always been sensitive to other people's emotions and thoughts. "It's not mind reading," she explained one night as we sat on our porch watching the waves crash against the shore. "It's more like feeling what others feel. I can't explain it. She seemed uncomfortable talking about it, so I didn't push. A few weeks later, I found her meditating in our spare bedroom. When I asked her about it later, she reluctantly told me that as a child, she used to have what her grandmother called traveling dreams. She described floating above her body and visiting other places. Her grandmother, who was from some small village in Eastern Europe, had encouraged these gifts, but Olivia's parents had been terrified and made her promise to stop. "And did you stop?" I asked. She shrugged. "Mostly. Sometimes it still happens when I'm sleeping deeply, but I don't try to do it anymore." I found it fascinating, but also a bit unsettling. I didn't really believe in astral projection or whatever it was called, but I couldn't deny that Olivia had some kind of intuitive ability that defied explanation. What happened next, though? That's what I still can't wrap my head around. About 7 months ago, I was having a particularly rough week. It was the anniversary of my Aunt Rachel's death, something I hadn't even mentioned to Olivia. Rachel had been more like a mother to me than an aunt, especially after my dad died when I was 12. She and I used to go fishing every weekend, just sitting in comfortable silence or talking about life. She was the one stable presence throughout my childhood. When she passed away 2 years ago from a sudden heart attack, I was devastated. The worst part was that I couldn't make it to her funeral. I was working on a major project with a deadline, and she lived a 10-hour drive away in Millbrook. My boss at the time was a complete asshole who threatened to fire me if I took time off. I couldn't afford to lose my job right after my divorce, when I was already drowning in debt. So I missed saying goodbye to the most important person in my life, and the guilt has eaten at me ever since. That night, I went to bed feeling particularly low. Olivia must have sensed it because she held me tighter than usual as we fell asleep. We always slept the same way, her head on my shoulder, her arm draped across my chest. I remember drifting off to the sound of rain pattering against our bedroom window. I don't know what time it was when I felt Olivia suddenly sit bolt upright beside me. She was shaking my arm urgently. "Marcus, wake up," she whispered, her voice trembling. I blinked awake, confused and groggy. "What's wrong?" I mumbled, reaching to turn on the bedside lamp. In the soft yellow glow, I could see Olivia's face. She looked pale, her eyes wide with a mixture of wonder and fear. "Did you have an aunt named Rachel?" she asked. That woke me up completely. I pushed myself up against the headboard, my heart suddenly pounding. "What did you just say?" "An aunt named Rachel," Olivia repeated. She had short gray hair with a streak of white at the front, glasses with red frames, a small scar on her chin. I felt like all the air had been sucked from the room. I'd never shown Olivia any pictures of Rachel. I'd never even mentioned her name. The description was spot on, right down to the distinctive white streak in her otherwise gray hair and the scar she'd gotten from falling off her bike as a kid. "How do you know that?" I asked, my voice barely audible. Olivia grabbed my hand, her own hands ice cold. "She was just here, Marcus, in my dream, but it wasn't a regular dream. It was like the traveling dreams I used to have, but I didn't go anywhere. She came to me. I couldn't speak. My throat felt tight and my eyes started burning. She hugged me," Olivia continued, her voice soft with wonder. "I could feel her. She smelled like vanilla and something else. Cinnamon," I whispered. "Rachel always wore a vanilla and cinnamon perfume she mixed herself," Olivia nodded, her eyes widening further. "Yes, exactly. She knew who I was. She called me by name and said she was glad you'd found me." Tears were streaming down Olivia's face now. "She asked me to tell you something. She said, 'Tell Marcus I'm okay. Tell him I understand why he couldn't come, and it's all right. Tell him I love him, and I'm proud of the man he's become.'" I broke down completely then. It was exactly what I needed to hear, the weight of guilt I'd been carrying for 2 years suddenly lifting. Olivia held me while I cried, stroking my hair and rocking me gently. When I could finally speak again, I asked, "Did she say anything else?" Olivia hesitated. "She mentioned something about a wooden fishing lure. She said you'd know which one." That's when the goosebumps really hit me. When I was 14, Rachel and I had carved a fishing lure together from a piece of driftwood. It was shaped like a small fish, painted blue and green. It was special to us because we'd caught our biggest fish with it. After she died, I couldn't find it among her things. I'd been upset about that, feeling like I'd lost this one tangible connection to our time together. She said it's in the old tackle box in her garage, underneath the false bottom, Olivia continued. She said she put it there to keep it safe, but forgot to tell you. I sat there in stunned silence. There was no way Olivia could have known any of this. No way. There's one more thing, Olivia said quietly. She showed me a book, a photo album with a blue cover. She said there's a picture of you and her that you don't know about, from the last time you went fishing together. She had a stranger take it while you were looking at the water. She wanted you to have it. The next day, I called Rachel's daughter, my cousin Kate, who still lived in her mother's house. I made up some excuse about looking for my old fishing gear. When I mentioned the tackle box in the garage, Kate said she'd look. 2 days later, she called me back. "That's weird," she said. "I found a hidden compartment in the bottom of Dad's old tackle box. There was a wooden fish lure in it. Did you leave that there?" My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the phone. "What about a blue photo album?" I asked. "Yeah, there are a bunch of old albums in the attic. I can check if there's a blue one if you want." A week later, a package arrived. Inside was the wooden lure, still vibrant after all these years, and there was a photo I'd never seen before. Rachel and me sitting on the edge of her fishing boat. I'm looking out at the water, but Rachel is looking at the camera with this gentle smile on her face. It was taken just 3 weeks before she died. On the back, in her handwriting, "My Marcus, my heart." I still don't know how to explain what happened that night. Olivia refuses to try to contact Rachel again, saying that wasn't what happened. Rachel came to her, not the other way around. She thinks Rachel needed to deliver that message and then moved on. All I know is that the guilt I carried for years is gone. In its place is a sense of peace I never thought I'd feel again. I never believed in any of this stuff before, but now I don't know what to believe anymore, except that somehow, through Olivia, my Aunt Rachel found a way to say goodbye. And sometimes when Olivia and I are out fishing in the early morning mist, I could swear I catch a whiff of vanilla and cinnamon on the breeze. Story 10. I've never been the superstitious type. I'm not saying I completely ruled out the existence of spirits or the paranormal, but I definitely wasn't someone who worried about ghosts or ran from black cats. At least, that's who I was until last week. I'm still trying to process what happened, and I'm hoping writing it down will help me make sense of it all, or at least stop the nightmares. I live in Shadowvale. It's this tiny town tucked away in the mountains that most people have never heard of. The internet connection is spotty at best. The nearest grocery store is 30 minutes away, and everyone knows everyone's business. I moved here about 2 years ago with my fiancée, Jamie, after we both got sick of city life. Jamie's always been what you might call sensitive. They can pick up on energies and presences that I can't. I used to tease them about it, calling them my personal ghost detector. God, I wish I'd taken it more seriously. It started last Tuesday when I was home alone. Jamie was working a late shift at the hospital, and I was killing time online. I'd gone down one of those internet rabbit holes. You know how it is. You start by looking up something totally innocent, and 3 hours later you're on some obscure forum learning about things you never knew existed. That's how I found this website about spirit keeping. I'd never heard of it before, but apparently it's this practice where people summon spirits, bind them to objects, and then use those objects to communicate with the entities. The whole thing seemed bizarre to me. The site was full of people selling jewelry, trinkets, even old dolls that supposedly had spirits attached to them. I remember snorting to myself as I scrolled through the listings. Some people claimed they could summon and bind spirits without any issues, which seemed ridiculous. Like if it was that easy, wouldn't everyone be doing it? But I kept browsing anyway. fascinated in that can't look away from a car crash kind of way. That's when I saw it. This listing for what the seller called a vampire spirit. Not like an actual vampire that drinks blood, but supposedly a spirit that feeds on other spirits. The listing had this grainy, dark image that looked like a brown, smoky shadow with these weird red flecks throughout it. I couldn't tell if it was photoshopped or what, but something about it made me stop scrolling. The description claimed this spirit was ancient and powerful, and that it had been bound to an antique locket. There was all this warning text about how only experienced keepers should consider purchasing it, how it required regular feeding through energy work or it would find its own sources. The price was ridiculous, like $300, which made me roll my eyes even harder. I didn't buy anything, obviously. I just looked at the listing for a while, even saved it to my favorites so I could show Jamie later as a joke. Then I heard a weird noise from the kitchen and got distracted. By the time I'd checked it out, just the ice maker in the fridge, I'd decided I'd wasted enough time on that nonsense and switched to watching videos instead. Jamie got home around 11 that night, and I could tell something was wrong the second they walked through the door. Their face was pale, and they kept looking around the apartment like they were searching for something. "What's wrong?" I asked, getting up from the couch. "Rough day at work?" Jamie didn't answer right away. They walked through our apartment, checking behind doors and in corners. Their behavior was starting to freak me out. "Jamie, seriously, what's going on?" They finally looked at me, and I saw genuine fear in their eyes. "There's something here, Lydia, something that wasn't here this morning." I felt this cold shiver run down my spine. "What do you mean, something?" "I don't know exactly," they said, still glancing nervously around the room. "But it's watching you. It's been watching you for hours." I laughed nervously. "Come on, you're scaring me. There's nothing here." "I can see it," Jamie insisted, their voice dropping to a whisper. "It's like this brown shadow, kind of formless, but it has these red sparks in it, and it's watching you the way a cat watches a bug." My blood ran cold. Brown shadow with red sparks. That sounded exactly like the image from the listing I'd been looking at earlier. "Where is it now?" I asked, my voice barely audible. Jamie pointed to the corner of our living room near the bookshelf. "Right there, it's just waiting." I told Jamie about the website, about the vampire spirit listing I'd looked at. Their face got even paler as I explained. "Show me," they said. I grabbed my laptop and pulled up the saved listing. Jamie took one look at the image and practically threw the laptop back at me. "That's it," they said, their voice shaking. "That's exactly what I'm seeing. Lydia, what the hell did you do?" "Nothing," I protested. "I just looked at a stupid website. I didn't buy anything. I didn't try to summon anything. I just looked." Jamie ran their hands through their hair, clearly agitated. "Some entities don't need an invitation. Just attention. Your interest was enough for it to notice you, and now it's followed you home." I felt sick to my stomach. "But that's crazy. How could it follow me through a computer screen?" "I don't know, but it did, and now it's here, and it's fixated on you." I didn't want to believe it, but the way Jamie described the entity, exactly matching the image I'd seen, was too specific to be a coincidence. And Jamie had never lied about what they sensed before. "What do we do?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. Jamie paced around the room, giving the corner with the supposed entity a wide berth. "I don't know. I've never dealt with anything like this before, but it's hungry, Lydia. I can feel it. It's waiting for something." We spent the next hour frantically Googling what to do about unwanted spirits. Most of the advice seemed like bullshit, but there were a few consistent recommendations. Communicate respectfully, set boundaries, and ask it to leave. "I'll do it," I said finally. "It followed me home, so it's my responsibility to deal with it." Jamie looked terrified. "I don't think you should engage with it directly." "Do we have a choice? You said it's hungry and waiting. It's not just going to go away if we ignore it." In the end, we compromised. I would try to communicate with it, but Jamie would stay right there with me, guiding me through it. We didn't have any real candles, so we grabbed this battery-powered one we used during power outages. We set it up on our coffee table, and I sat cross-legged on the floor in front of it. "Ask yes or no questions," Jamie advised, sitting beside me but not too close. "Tell it to flicker the light once for yes, twice for no." I felt absolutely ridiculous as I cleared my throat and addressed the empty corner. Hello? My name is Lydia. I believe you followed me home from a website I was browsing today." Nothing happened. The battery candle just kept glowing steadily. "If you can hear me, please make the light flicker once," I said, feeling increasingly stupid. The candlelight suddenly dimmed and then brightened again. A single, distinct flicker. I nearly jumped out of my skin. Jamie grabbed my hand and squeezed it hard. "Holy shit," I whispered. Then, louder, "Are you the entity from the spirit-keeping listing I viewed today? The one described as a vampire spirit?" One flicker. My mouth went dry. "Did you follow me because I showed interest in your listing?" One flicker. Are you here to harm me?" The light flickered twice. "No." I glanced at Jamie, who nodded encouragingly but looked absolutely terrified. "Are you hungry? Is that why you're here?" One flicker. "Yes." "Do you feed on human energy?" Two flickers. "Do you feed on other spirits like the listing said?" One flicker. That was a relief at least, but it also confused me. "Are there other spirits here for you to feed on?" One flicker. Jamie and I exchanged alarmed glances. "Have there been spirits in our apartment that we didn't know about?" One flicker. The thought that our apartment had been haunted without our knowledge was almost as disturbing as the entity's presence. But I needed to focus on the immediate problem. "I'm sorry for disturbing you," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I didn't mean to draw your attention. I was just curious about the website." No response to that, since it wasn't a yes or no question. "Would you be willing to leave our home? We don't have any spirits here that we want consumed." The light remained steady for what felt like forever. Then, finally, one flickering flash. "Thank you," I said, relief washing over me. "Is there anything specific we need to do to help you leave?" Two flickers. "So you can just go on your own?" One flicker. "Will you go now if I ask respectfully?" One flicker. I took a deep breath. "Then I respectfully ask you to leave our home and not return. We wish you well, but this isn't the right place for you." The battery candle suddenly went out completely, plunging the room into darkness. Then it came back on, steady and normal. Jamie gasped. "It's gone," they said, sounding shocked. "Just like that, it's actually gone." I sat there, unable to move, still trying to process what had just happened. "Are you sure?" Jamie nodded. "Completely sure. The energy in the apartment feels normal again." I burst into tears. The tension, the fear, the sheer weirdness of it all just overwhelmed me. Jamie held me while I cried, and eventually we went to bed, though neither of us slept much. The first thing I did the next morning was delete my account on that spirit-keeping website and block it on all my devices. I've been jumpy ever since, constantly asking Jamie if they sense anything unusual. They keep reassuring me that everything's fine, that the entity is gone and hasn't come back, but I still can't shake this feeling of being watched sometimes, and I keep dreaming about that brown shadow with red sparks hovering over me while I sleep. Jamie says it's just the trauma of the experience, that my mind is processing what happened. I hope they're right. I never believed in this stuff before. Now I can't stop thinking about what else might be out there, what other entities might be watching us through our screens, waiting for someone to take an interest in them. So here's my warning. Be careful what you look at online. Some things look back, and some things might follow you home. Story 11. I never believed in ghosts or spirits until 2 years ago. That's when I almost died in a car accident on the PIE expressway. The doctors said my heart stopped for nearly 2 minutes before they brought me back. They called it a near-death experience, but that clinical term doesn't capture what happened to me. Something changed after that day. It was like someone had flipped a switch inside my brain, opening a channel to something else. I'm only sharing this now because I can't keep it bottled up anymore. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar and can help me make sense of it all. The first incident happened about 3 months after my accident. I was staying at my sister's place in Tampines because my flat was being renovated. That night, I went to bed around 11, exhausted from physiotherapy. My body was still healing, and I fell asleep almost immediately. The dream started normally enough. I was walking along East Coast Park, feeling the sand between my toes, but then the sky darkened suddenly, and I felt something watching me. When I turned around, I saw it, a man's head, just floating there with no body attached. His face was Chinese, maybe in his 40s, with hollow cheeks and tired eyes. I wanted to scream but couldn't. The head moved closer, and to my horror, it spoke. "I need your help," it said in Mandarin. Its voice was raspy, like someone who'd been shouting for hours. "My head has returned to Singapore, but my spirit is still trapped in Vietnam where I died." I tried backing away, but my feet wouldn't move. "Please," the head continued, "tell my family they need to bring my soul back. They need to perform the right ritual. I can't rest until they do." I managed to ask, "Who are you? Who's your family?" The head started to tell me his name, Tan something. When I jerked awake, gasping for air and drenched in sweat, my heart was pounding so hard I thought I might need to go back to the hospital. I couldn't fall back asleep. I kept seeing that floating head whenever I closed my eyes. When morning finally came, I told my sister about the dream over breakfast. She put down her coffee and gave me this look, not disbelief, but concern. "There's a Buddhist center in Geylang that does these rituals," she said. "It costs about $200. They help bring back spirits who died overseas." "How do you know this?" I asked. "One of my colleagues had something similar done for her uncle who died in Thailand," she explained. "But Rachel, how would you even find this man's family?" That was the problem. I had no idea who this Tan person was or how to locate his relatives, and who would believe some random woman claiming their dead relative's head visited her in a dream. They'd think I was crazy. I called my friend Mei Ling, who's always been into spiritual stuff. She advised me not to do anything unless the spirit appeared again. "If it's important, he'll find another way to reach you or his family," she said. The head never returned to my dreams. Sometimes I wonder if his family eventually performed the ritual without my help, or if he's still trapped somewhere between worlds. That thought keeps me up some nights. About a month after the floating head incident, I started hearing voices. Not like schizophrenia, I checked with a psychiatrist to be sure. These voices only came at specific times, usually when I was alone in my newly renovated flat. The first time it happened, I was making dinner. A man's voice, clear as day, said, "The car was red, she's still there." I dropped the knife I was holding and spun around, but my kitchen was empty. Heart racing, I checked every room in my flat, convinced someone had broken in. Nothing. The next day, the same voice returned while I was showering. "Please tell them to get her. She's still at the site, junction of Ang Mo Keo Avenue 6 and 8. This time, a second voice joined in, higher, female. "I'm scared, it's dark here." The voices grew more frequent over the next few days. They'd start as whispers and gradually become clearer, always with the same message about someone being left behind at an accident site. Each time they spoke, I developed a splitting headache that painkillers couldn't touch. After a particularly bad episode where the voices kept me up all night, I confided in another friend who practices Taoism. She gave me unexpected advice. "Talk back to them," she said. "Ask what they want you to do exactly. They're reaching out to you for a reason." That night, when the voices started again, I gathered my courage and spoke aloud to my empty living room. "Who are you?" "What?" The male voice responded immediately. "I'm Lin Wei. We died in a car crash 3 weeks ago. My girlfriend Hui Ying. Her body is in the hospital, but her spirit is still at the accident site. Tell my parents they need to go there and call her soul back. They need to bring her favorite toy, the small panda I gave her. How do I find your parents? I asked, feeling ridiculous talking to air. My father owns Lynn's Hardware on Serangoon Road. Please, help her. The headache that had been building suddenly eased. The voices fell silent. I spent the whole next day debating what to do. Part of me thought I was losing my mind, but the information was so specific. A name, a location, a business. I could verify at least some of it. I looked up Lynn's Hardware and discovered it did exist on Serangoon Road. I even found news about a fatal accident at that junction in Angmo Kio 3 weeks earlier. 2 people had died, and 1 was in critical condition at Tan Tock Seng Hospital. Still, I couldn't bring myself to walk into a stranger's shop and tell them I was hearing their dead son's voice. Instead, I posted anonymously on a local forum, describing the accident and message, hoping someone connected to the family might see it. Nothing happened for days. Then, by complete chance, I met someone at a friend's birthday dinner who knew the Lynn family. When the conversation turned to recent local news, she mentioned the accident. My hands started shaking so badly I had to put down my drink. I pulled her aside and told her a sanitized version of what happened, that I'd had a strange dream about the accident victim wanting his family to visit the site and bring a panda toy for his girlfriend. I said I felt compelled to pass along the message but didn't know how. She stared at me for a long moment before saying she'd relay the information. I don't know if she believed me or thought I was just a weirdo with an overactive imagination. A week later, I saw a small article in the Straits Times about a woman who had unexpectedly awakened from a coma after 3 weeks. The name was Hui Ying. The article mentioned her family had visited the accident site the previous day as part of a traditional ritual. The voices never returned after that. The 3rd incident happened just 2 months ago, and it hit me the hardest. I was browsing WeChat when a message notification popped up from an account I didn't recognize. The profile picture was of a cartoon character. The message simply read, "Can you help me tell my mama something?" I almost blocked the account, thinking it was a scam, but something made me hesitate. I replied, "Who is this?" "My name is Lily. I'm 7 years old. I died from cancer last month." A chill ran through me. I nearly threw my phone across the room. But after everything I'd experienced, I forced myself to keep reading as more messages came through. "My mama is very sad. She cries every night. I need you to tell her I'm okay now. I don't hurt anymore." "Why me?" I typed with trembling fingers. "How did you find me?" "You can see us. Not many people can. Please tell Mama that the butterfly she saw in my room yesterday was me. Tell her I'm happy in heaven and she doesn't need to be sad anymore. Who is your mother? How can I contact her?" The account sent a WeChat ID and a name, Chen Mei Hua. This time I didn't hesitate or second-guess myself. I sent a friend request to the ID provided, which was accepted almost immediately. I took a deep breath and typed a message explaining that I had something important to tell her about Lily. She responded with a voice call. Her voice was thick with emotion as she asked who I was and how I knew her daughter's name. I told her the truth, that I'd received messages from someone claiming to be Lily's spirit. I mentioned the butterfly, holding my breath as I waited for her to hang up or call me crazy. Instead, she gasped. "Yesterday," she said, her voice barely audible, "a blue butterfly flew into Lily's room. It circled around and landed on her favorite teddy bear. I've never seen a butterfly like that in our apartment before." We both cried then. I relayed everything Lily had told me, that she was no longer in pain, that she was happy, that her mother should not grieve so deeply. "She wants you to know she's okay now," I said. "She wants you to be okay too." That conversation lasted almost 2 hours. By the end, Mei Hua sounded different, lighter somehow, as if a massive weight had been lifted. She thanked me repeatedly and asked how she could repay me. I told her no payment was necessary. I just wanted to help. The next day, I received one final message from Lily's account. "Thank you, Mama is smiling now. I can go." The account disappeared after that. When I tried to check it later, it no longer existed. I don't know why these spirits chose me or what my near-death experience did to open this connection. I haven't told many people about these incidents because I know how it sounds, but I know what I experienced was real. I haven't had any new visitors in the past 2 months. Sometimes I wonder if my channel has closed or if these 3 spirits were the only ones who needed my help. Either way, I'm left with questions that I don't think science can answer. Why me? What happens after we die? And most importantly, if someone reaches out from the other side again, will I have the courage to help them? Story 12. I've never really told anyone this story before, at least not the full version. For the longest time, I thought it was just one of those weird things that happens in every house. You know, like how stairs creak or pipes knock when the heating comes on. I figured the sounds I heard growing up were just normal house stuff. I grew up in a 2-story house in a quiet neighborhood in Michigan. Nothing special about it. Built in the 80s, 3 bedrooms upstairs, living room and kitchen downstairs. We moved there when I was about 7, and that's when it all started. The first few nights, I didn't notice anything unusual. I was excited about my new room, with its light blue walls and the window that looked out at the big oak tree in our yard. But maybe a week after we moved in, I woke up in the middle of the night needing to use the bathroom. That's when I heard it. Clink, clatter, the unmistakable sound of dishes moving around downstairs. At first, I thought it was just my mom cleaning up late. But when I came out of the bathroom, I saw her bedroom door was closed. I stood in the hallway for a moment, listening. The sounds continued. Metal against ceramic, the soft thud of cupboard doors, the distinct noise of plates being stacked. It sounded exactly like someone unloading a dishwasher or reorganizing the cabinets. I wasn't scared, just confused. I went back to bed and fell asleep eventually, the sounds still going on downstairs. The next morning at breakfast, I asked my mom about it. "Mom, were you doing the dishes really late last night?" She looked at me funny. "No, I went to bed right after you." "Why?" "I heard dishes moving around in the kitchen. It was really loud." My mom smiled and ruffled my hair. "Oh, that's just the domovoi." I remember furrowing my brow. "The what?" "The domovoi. It's like a house elf from old Russian stories my babushka used to tell me. They take care of the house at night." She said it so casually, like she was explaining why the sky is blue. I accepted this explanation without question. I was young, and if my mom wasn't worried, why should I be? Besides, I liked the idea of a little helper tidying up while we slept. It made me feel safe somehow, but the noises continued every single night. Sometimes they'd start right after everyone went to bed, around 10 or 11. Other nights, they'd wake me up at 3 in the morning. The clattering and clanking would go on for hours. Sometimes it seemed like it lasted all night. The strangest part? It was loud, not like, "Oh, that's a funny little noise," loud. It was, "Someone is definitely downstairs throwing a dinner party," loud. The sounds would echo up the stairwell and down the hall to my bedroom. Metal pots hitting each other, plates sliding across countertops, silverware jingling. It sounded exactly like someone was frantically cooking a meal or maybe reorganizing our entire kitchen. Yet every morning the kitchen would look exactly as it had the night before, not a single dish out of place. I got used to it. Kids are adaptable like that. For 6 years, I fell asleep to the soundtrack of phantom dishwashing. Sometimes I'd even find it comforting, a consistent familiar noise that meant all was right in our house. Our domovoi was just doing its thing. I never really thought to mention it to friends who came for sleepovers. Once or twice, someone would ask, "What's that noise?" And I'd just shrug and say, "Oh, just house noises," like it was the most normal thing in the world. Nobody ever pressed the issue, so I assumed they had similar sounds in their homes too. My mom was really particular about the kitchen. She'd never go to bed with dishes in the sink or food left out. Everything had to be cleaned and put away before she'd even think about turning in for the night. She'd wipe down the counters, sweep the floor, make sure everything was spotless. And we didn't have a dishwasher. We washed everything by hand. That's what makes it all so weird in hindsight. There were literally no dishes to be moved around, nothing left out that could make those sounds. Yet every night, without fail, the kitchen would come alive with noise. I remember one night when I was about 12, I got brave. I decided I was going to catch the domovoi in action. I waited until my parents went to bed, then sneaked to the top of the stairs and sat there, listening to the familiar clamor from the kitchen. After about 20 minutes of building up my courage, I slowly crept down the stairs. The sounds got louder with each step: clink, clank, slide, thud. It really did sound like someone was cooking a full meal. I could practically picture someone moving around in there, opening drawers, taking out pans, stacking plates. When I reached the bottom of the stairs, I took a deep breath and peered around the corner into the kitchen. The sounds were deafening now. It sounded like I was standing in the middle of a busy restaurant kitchen, but the kitchen was empty, completely, utterly empty, and the sounds kept going. I stood there, frozen, watching the still. The dark kitchen was filled with noise but no movement. Nothing was moving, not a single dish, not a cabinet door, nothing. Yet the sounds continued all around me, as if invisible hands were manipulating objects I could clearly see were motionless. I ran back upstairs and dove under my covers, my heart pounding. That night I pulled the blankets over my head and tried to block out the sounds, but they seemed even louder than before. The next morning, I didn't mention what I'd done to my parents. I was afraid they'd think I was being silly or making things up, so I kept it to myself and continued to accept the domovoi explanation. It was easier that way. When I was 13, we moved to a different house across town. I remember wondering if the domovoi would come with us or stay behind. The first night in the new house was strange, so quiet without the familiar kitchen symphony, but after about a week it started again. Not as loud as before and not as consistent, but definitely the same type of sounds. Dishes moving, cupboards opening, metal and ceramic clicking together. It never felt threatening or scary, just there. A strange soundtrack to my teenage years. Fast forward to my sophomore year of college. I was home for winter break, catching up with some old high school friends. We got to talking about ghost stories and weird experiences, and I casually mentioned the dish noises as a joke. You know how dishes always make noise at night in your kitchen, like they're moving around by themselves. My friend stared at me blankly. "What are you talking about?" my friend Jess asked. "You know, the way dishes and pots make noise at night, like someone's using them." They exchanged glances. "That doesn't happen at my house," said Marcus. "Mine neither," added Jess. "That sounds creepy as hell." I laughed it off, but inside I was confused. I'd spent my whole life thinking this was just a thing that happened in houses. Finding out it wasn't normal made me question everything. When I got home that night, I asked my mom about it directly. "Mom, did you ever hear the dishes making noise at night in our old house?" She was folding laundry and her hands went still. She didn't look up at me for a long moment. When she finally did, her expression was serious. "Yes," she said quietly. "Every night." "Why did you tell me it was a domovoi?" She sighed and sat down. "Because I didn't want you to be scared. I didn't understand it myself and you were so young. The domovoi story seemed safer." "But what was it really?" I pressed. "I don't know, Katya. There was something not right about that house. Your father heard it too. We checked the kitchen many times, but there was never anything there. Never anything moved or disturbed." I felt a chill run down my spine. "And in the second house, I heard it there too, but not as loud." She nodded. "A little bit, yes, but not like the first house. In the first house it was..." She paused, searching for the right word. "It was persistent, determined, almost." That conversation changed everything for me. Suddenly, what had been a quirky house feature throughout my childhood became something unsettling, something unexplainable. I started asking around, trying to find anyone else who'd experienced something similar. No one had. I researched old folklore about kitchen spirits, read up on poltergeist activity, even looked into whether certain types of plumbing or house settling could create those specific sounds. Nothing quite matched what we'd experienced. The most unsettling thing was realizing that for years, my entire family had been living with something inexplicable and had just adapted to it. We'd normalized something that was objectively abnormal. How many other families were doing the same thing? How many other house quirks around the world were actually paranormal phenomena that people had simply learned to live with? I've been living in my own apartment for nearly 6 years now. It's completely quiet at night. No dish sounds, no phantom kitchen activity. Sometimes I actually miss it, as weird as that sounds. It was such a constant presence throughout my childhood that the silence sometimes feels strange. I still don't know what it was. My mom still jokes about the domovoi when I bring it up, but I can tell she's uncomfortable discussing it seriously. My dad just shrugs and says, "Old houses make noise." But I know what I heard. For years, every single night, an invisible force moved through our kitchen, creating sounds that had no physical source, and none of us ever thought to question it. Sometimes I wonder if it's still there in that first house, keeping the current residents awake with its nightly kitchen concert. Or maybe it was attached to us somehow, fading away as I grew older and more skeptical. Whatever it was real. The sounds were real, and to this day, whenever I hear a dish clink unexpectedly in my quiet apartment, I freeze and listen, wondering if my old nighttime companion has finally found me again. Story 13. I never thought I'd be sharing this, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe some of you have experienced something similar. I still can't explain what happened that day, and it's been 3 months since it occurred. I've been sick for almost 2 years now. Terminal illness. I don't want to get into the specifics because honestly, it just makes me more depressed to talk about all the medical terms and percentages and timelines. It's a degenerative condition that affects my nervous system, and eventually it'll take me. That's all that matters for this story. My best friend Heather had the same condition. We met in a support group about 15 months ago, and we just clicked instantly. Both of us were in our 30s, both diagnosed around the same time, both trying to come to terms with having our lives cut short. We'd text each other at 3 in the morning when we couldn't sleep because of pain or anxiety. We'd joke about the ridiculous things people say to you when they find out you're dying. Everything happens for a reason. Heather was always the stronger one. She wore these ridiculous shorts no matter the weather and always had on some faded Grateful Dead t-shirt. She collected them, must have had like 20 different ones. When I'd have bad days, she'd show up with ice cream and bad movies and somehow make me laugh despite everything. The night it all started was back in April. I woke up around 1 in the morning, choking. This happens sometimes. My throat muscles spasm and I can't breathe. Usually, I can manage it on my own, but this time it was bad. I stumbled to the bathroom, trying not to wake my husband, Tom. I was hunched over the sink, trying desperately to get air, tears streaming down my face. After what felt like forever, but was probably only a minute or two, the spasm finally eased, and I could breathe again. I was splashing water on my face when my phone rang. Who calls at 1 in the morning? Nothing good, that's for sure. It was Heather's wife, Lisa. I knew before she even said it. I just knew. "Caroline, she's gone." Lisa was sobbing. "Heather's gone. She had a heart attack about 30 minutes ago. The paramedics tried, but..." I slid down to the bathroom floor, phone pressed to my ear. Heather had died around the exact same time I was choking. Heart failure is common with our condition. We both knew it might happen, but knowing didn't make it any easier. The next few weeks were a blur. The funeral was beautiful in that horrible way funerals can be. I gave a eulogy and somehow got through it without completely falling apart. Lisa gave me one of Heather's Grateful Dead shirts, the one with the dancing bears that she wore all the time. I slept in it every night after that. I fell into a deep depression. Survivor's guilt is real, and it's crushing. Why was I still here when Heather wasn't? She was the strong one, the positive one. She deserved more time. I started refusing to take my medications. What was the point? Tom would find the pills hidden in tissues in the trash or stuck between couch cushions. We fought about it constantly. About 3 weeks after the funeral, Tom had enough. He came into our bedroom where I'd been holed up watching reruns of The Office, Heather's favorite show, and announced we were going for a walk. "I'm not going anywhere," I told him, pulling the blanket over my head. "Yes, you are," he said, yanking it back. "You haven't been outside in days. The doctor said light exercise is still important. We're going to the park and we're going to walk for 15 minutes, and you're going to feel the sun on your face. And then if you want to come back and continue this depression cave situation, fine." I knew that tone. Tom wasn't backing down. So I reluctantly put on some sweatpants and Heather's Grateful Dead shirt and a light jacket over it. It was a mild spring day, the kind Heather would have loved. The park near our house is small but nice, a circular path, some trees, a little playground. As we walked, Tom kept up a steady stream of chatter about his work, neighborhood gossip, anything to fill the silence. I was barely listening, just putting one foot in front of the other. We were about halfway around the path when I started to feel it coming on. If you've never experienced an autonomic seizure, it's hard to explain. It starts with a weird feeling in your chest, like your heart is suddenly too big. Then your legs get tingly, then numb. Nausea hits hard and fast, your vision narrows and it becomes difficult to speak or breathe properly. "Tom," I managed to say, my voice already slurring, "I'm having an episode." He immediately knew what was happening. We'd been through this before. "Okay, let's get you sitting down," he said, his arm going around my waist. "There's a bench just up ahead." But the bench seemed miles away and my legs were already starting to give out. The nausea was overwhelming. I was going to collapse right there on the path. These episodes usually end with an ambulance ride and a night in the hospital. That's when I saw her. About 20 feet ahead of us on the path stood Heather. Not some vague, ghostly figure. It was Heather, solid and real, wearing those ridiculous shorts she always wore and her favorite Grateful Dead shirt with the dancing bears, the exact same one I was wearing under my jacket. Her curly hair was pulled back in a messy bun, just like she always wore it. She was smiling at me, her hand extended. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. Tom was saying something, but his voice sounded far away, underwater. Then I heard Heather's voice, clear as day, even though her mouth didn't move. "Come on, baby, I got you." It was what she always said when I was having a bad day or a bad moment with my illness. "Come on, baby, I got you." And she always did. "Heather," I whispered. "What?" Tom asked, still trying to support my increasingly useless body. "Caroline, we need to get you down. I'm calling an ambulance." But I was fixated on Heather. She was still smiling, still holding out her hand. I felt this pull toward her, this absolute certainty that if I could just reach her, I would be safe. The seizure symptoms were getting worse, my vision tunneling, legs buckling, but Heather was crystal clear. I started moving toward her, pulling away from Tom. "Caroline, what are you doing? You need to sit down." Tom grabbed my arm, but I yanked it away. "I have to get to Heather," I said, my words slurring badly now. "What?" "Caroline, Heather's gone. You know that." The concern in his voice was palpable, but I ignored it. I stumbled forward, fighting through the weakness in my legs. Tom was right beside me, trying to hold me up, probably thinking I was hallucinating from the seizure, but I wasn't. Heather was right there, just a few feet away now, hand still outstretched. "Come on, baby, I got you," I heard again. The last time Heather and I were together, about a week before she died, we made a promise to each other. We were sitting in her backyard drinking wine, against doctor's orders, but whatever. "I'm scared of being alone at the end," I had confessed to her. She took my hand and squeezed it tight. "You won't be alone. I promise you that. Even if I go first, I'll find a way to be there. I won't leave you alone, Caroline." As I stumbled toward her apparition in the park, those words echoed in my head. Had she found a way to keep her promise? Just as I reached the spot where she was standing, my legs gave out completely. As I fell, Heather vanished. There 1 second, gone the next. I collapsed onto the path, the seizure taking full control now. Tom was on his phone calling 911, kneeling beside me, trying to keep me on my side. The weird thing was, as bad as the seizure was, I wasn't scared. There was this profound sense of peace washing over me. I felt held, protected, even as my body betrayed me. The ambulance came, and I spent the night in the hospital. When I was stable enough to talk the next day, Tom asked me what happened in the park. I saw Heather, I told him. She was there. He looked at me with such pity. Caroline, that was just the seizure. It can cause hallucinations. No, I insisted. She was there. She was helping me. Tom just patted my hand and changed the subject. It's been 3 months since that day. I haven't seen Heather again, though sometimes I swear I can smell her perfume. This weird vanilla and patchouli mix she always wore. My condition has progressed, but I'm still here, still fighting. Tom thinks what I experienced was just a hallucination brought on by grief and my medical condition. Maybe he's right. The doctors would certainly agree with him. But here's the thing. When I fell that day, I fell exactly where Heather had been standing. And when the paramedics got there, they were amazed at my position. Apparently, I had fallen in the perfect recovery position. On my side, arm under my head, legs slightly bent. It's the position they teach people to put seizure patients in to prevent choking. Tom swears he didn't move me into that position. He was too afraid of hurting me, and I certainly couldn't have positioned myself. I was completely incapacitated by then, so how did I end up perfectly positioned for safety during a severe seizure? I still wear Heather's Grateful Dead shirt all the time. I still miss her every day, but I'm not afraid anymore. Whatever happens with my illness, however much time I have left, I know I won't be alone when the time comes, because Heather promised. And that day in the park, she kept her promise. Come on, baby, I got you. And she did. Story 14. I never believed in ghosts or anything supernatural when I was young. I was raised Christian, but the idea of spirits or entities lingering after death wasn't something I gave much thought to. That all changed when I was around 11, growing up in Pine Haven, Washington. My parents divorced when I was young. My brother Alex and I lived with our mom in this small 2-bedroom house on the edge of town. It wasn't much to look at, just your typical 70s-era home with wood paneling and outdated everything. But it was home. The weird stuff started small. Items would go missing, only to show up in places we knew we hadn't put them. Doors we definitely closed would be wide open in the morning. At first, we blamed each other or just chalked it up to forgetfulness. Looking back, I realized we were desperately trying to explain away things that had no logical explanation. One night, I woke up around 3 in the morning to use the bathroom. Our hallway was long and narrow, with my mom's room at one end and ours at the other. As I stepped out of my room, I saw something that made my blood run cold. A dark figure, taller than any adult I knew, was standing at the end of the hallway, just watching. It wasn't solid, more like a dense shadow with vague human features. I froze, unable to scream or move. After what felt like forever, I blinked, and it was gone. I convinced myself it was just a weird shadow from the streetlight outside, but deep down I knew better. I didn't tell anyone. Who would believe me? Alex started having nightmares around the same time. He'd wake up screaming about the man with no face standing over his bed. Mom thought it was just kid stuff, maybe something he'd seen on TV. But I knew, whatever I'd seen in the hallway was visiting my brother too. Things escalated. We'd hear footsteps when no one else was home. The TV would turn on by itself. The worst was the whispering, faint, unintelligible voices that seemed to come from the walls themselves. Mom started to notice too, though she never admitted it outright. I'd catch her blessing rooms with holy water when she thought we weren't looking. After a particularly bad night where all three of us ended up huddled in Mom's bed after hearing what sounded like someone dragging something heavy across the attic floor, we didn't have an accessible attic. Mom decided we needed a break. We went to stay with my grandma for a weekend, which turned into a week, which eventually led to us moving in with her permanently. Mom claimed it was to help Grandma out, but I knew the truth. We thought we'd left whatever was in that house behind. We were wrong. Grandma's house was different, an old farmhouse that had been in the family for generations. It felt safe at first. The first few weeks were peaceful, and we started to relax. Then my little brother started seeing things again. "The skeleton man is back," he told me one morning, his voice small and frightened. "He looks in my window at night." Alex's room was on the second floor. I tried to reassure him, but the fear in his eyes was real. Then Grandma overheard us. Her face went pale, and she sat down hard on the kitchen chair. "What did you say he looked like again?" she asked Alex. "Like a skeleton, but not all bones, like his skin is too tight, and he has big black eyes." Grandma crossed herself. "That sounds like what your mother used to see when she was your age, in this very house." That's when I learned that whatever had been happening to us hadn't started in our old house. Mom had experienced similar things growing up. The entities, or whatever they were, seemed attached to our family, not the buildings we lived in. Things got worse. Alex started waking up with scratches on his arms and legs, thin red lines that couldn't be explained by his fingernails or anything in his bed. I began feeling like I was being watched constantly. Sometimes I'd be doing homework and get this overwhelming sense that someone was standing right behind me, breathing on my neck. I'd spin around, heart pounding, to find nothing there. One night, I woke up to find an elderly man standing at the foot of my bed. He wasn't threatening, just standing there looking confused. I wasn't even scared at first, just disoriented. I asked him who he was, but he didn't respond. When I reached to turn on my lamp, he vanished. The next morning, I described him to Grandma, and her coffee mug crashed to the floor. "That's Mr. Peterson," she whispered. "He owned this house before us. He died in this very bedroom." After that, I started sleeping in Alex's room on a makeshift bed on the floor. We'd keep the lights on until we fell asleep, taking turns watching for the skeleton man or the old man. Mom thought we were being ridiculous, but she hadn't seen what we had, or if she had, she wasn't admitting it. When I was 16, Mom got a new job and we moved into an apartment complex in town, brand new building, no history. We thought surely whatever had followed us from house to house wouldn't find us there. For a while, it seemed like we were right. The first month was quiet, no sightings, no strange noises. We started to believe it was over. Then Alex saw the old man again, standing in our living room in the middle of the afternoon. He looked at me, and then he kind of nodded, like he was saying goodbye, Alex told me. Then he just faded away. That was the last we saw of Mr. Peterson, but not the end of our experiences. Years passed. I grew up, had kids of my own. My son Jake was 5 when he started talking about the shadow people who would visit him at night. My blood ran cold when he described them, the same entities that had tormented Alex and me. History was repeating itself. We were living in an apartment then, and I convinced myself it was just his imagination. Kids see monsters in the dark, right? Normal developmental stuff. But deep down, I knew better. The way he described them was too specific, too similar to what we'd seen. When Jake was 7, I met David, the man who would become my boyfriend. After dating for a year, we decided to move in together. A big old house in Millfield that had been built in the 1870s. It had character, David said. History, he said. If only he knew what kind of history followed my family. The house was beautiful, with high ceilings and original hardwood floors. The kids loved it. Jake and my daughter Lily, who was 4 at the time, they each had their own rooms for the first time. Everything seemed perfect. 3 weeks after we moved in, Lily came into our room in the middle of the night, shaking. "The green footman is tapping outside my room," she whispered. I thought she'd had a nightmare, but she was insistent. Every night, she said, she would hear tapping on the hardwood floor outside her bedroom door. When she looked through the crack under the door, she could see a green foot tapping. I checked, of course, there was nothing there. But night after night, she reported the same thing, the green foot tapping. Then she started talking about the hood man, a figure she said she could see from her bedroom window, which overlooked our backyard. According to Lily, this figure wore a black hood and had no arms. It would stand at the edge of the woods behind our property, and whenever she looked out at night, it would run toward our back door. David thought she was making it up for attention, especially after Jake started sleeping through the night without any mentions of shadow people. But I knew that look in her eyes, the same fear I'd seen in Alex's eyes, in my own reflection all those years ago. The final straw came when Lily refused to use the bathroom alone. She claimed there was a man who peeked out from behind the shower curtain when she was in there, but disappeared when anyone else came in. She described him as an old man with a hurt face. I started going with her to the bathroom, and though I never saw anything, there were times I felt a distinct chill, like someone was watching us. Once, I could have sworn I heard breathing that wasn't Lily's or mine. David still didn't believe us. He'd never experienced anything supernatural and thought we were all feeding into each other's imaginations. But he hadn't grown up with this. He didn't understand that these things, whatever they were attached to us, not the houses. One night, I was putting Lily to bed when she suddenly went rigid, staring at her closet door. "He's in there," she whispered. "The man with no face." The exact words Alex had used all those years ago. I don't know what came over me, but something snapped. Years of fear, of being told I was imagining things, of watching my children go through the same terror I had experienced. It all boiled over. I marched to the closet and threw the door open. "Leave us alone," I shouted into the empty space. "Leave my children alone. You've followed us long enough." There was no dramatic response, no slamming doors or flickering lights, just a sudden, heavy silence that felt more significant than any supernatural display could have been. That night, for the first time in weeks, Lily slept through the night. So did Jake. So did I. The tapping stopped. The hood man never appeared again. The bathroom felt like just a bathroom. It was as if whatever had been following us for generations had finally listened. Or maybe it had just moved on to someone else. I don't know. It's been 3 years now without any incidents. Sometimes I catch myself waiting for it to start again. The footsteps, the whispers, the figures in the dark. I still sleep with one eye open sometimes. The thing that haunts me most isn't the entities themselves, but the question of why. Why did they follow us? What did they want? Were they trying to communicate something, or just feeding off our fear? I'll probably never know. All I know is that whatever was happening, it was real. It followed us from house to house, generation to generation. It wasn't the buildings that were haunted, it was us. I still live in that old house in Millfield. Sometimes when I'm alone, I think I feel something, a presence, a shift in the energy of a room, but it never materializes into anything concrete. Maybe they're still here, just watching from a distance, or maybe they're truly gone. Either way, I keep my eyes open, and I listen for tapping feet in the night. Story 15. I never believed in ghosts or anything supernatural until 6 years ago when my family moved into our current house in Willow Creek. At first, everything was normal, just a regular house in a quiet neighborhood. For the first few years, nothing strange happened at all. But then things started changing, and now I'm honestly terrified to be alone here. I'm 16 now, and the first weird thing happened about 8 months ago. My parents were out at dinner with friends, and my little brother Ethan was at a sleepover. I was home alone watching Netflix in my bedroom upstairs. Around 9 in the evening, I got hungry and headed downstairs to grab some snacks. I distinctly remember leaving my bedroom door wide open. I always do when I'm the only one home because closed doors freak me out. I was maybe downstairs for 5 minutes tops. I grabbed some chips and a soda from the fridge and headed back up. When I reached the top of the stairs, I froze. My bedroom door was completely closed. Not just partially closed like it might have swung shut from a draft. It was firmly, completely shut. My heart started racing immediately. I stood there for a solid minute, just staring at the door, trying to come up with a logical explanation. Maybe I'd closed it without realizing. No, I specifically remembered leaving it open. I was absolutely certain. Finally, I gathered my courage and walked slowly toward my door. Just as I reached for the handle, I saw it turn by itself. Not quickly like someone was yanking it, but slowly, deliberately. The door cracked open about an inch, and then, slam! It banged shut with such force that the walls seemed to shake. I dropped everything I was holding. Soda spilled all over the hallway carpet, but I couldn't move. That's when I heard it, a series of clicking noises coming from inside my room. Not mechanical clicks, but more like the sound of fingernails tapping on a hard surface. Click, click, click. Pause. Click, click. I ran downstairs and sat on the couch with all the lights on until my parents came home. I didn't tell them what happened because I thought they'd think I was making it up. I slept on the couch that night and only went back to my room the next day when everyone was home. Nothing seemed out of place, but that feeling of dread never really left. For a few weeks after that, everything was normal again. I almost convinced myself I'd imagined the whole door incident, or that maybe there was some weird air pressure thing happening in the house. But then something even stranger happened. About a month later, I needed a hair tie before school. I'd lost all of mine, as usual, so I went into my mom's bedroom to borrow one from her dresser. It was early morning, around 6:30, and everyone else was still asleep. I walked into her room, leaving the door open behind me, and went to her dresser. As I was digging through her drawer looking for a hair tie, I heard the door close behind me. At first, I thought maybe my dad had gotten up and closed it, thinking my mom was still sleeping. But when I turned around with the hair tie in my hand, not only was the door closed, but when I tried to open it, it was locked from the inside. The door has one of those push-button locks on the handle, and somehow it was engaged. I'm not exaggerating when I say I felt the blood drain from my face. I was trapped in my parents' bedroom with the door locked from my side, even though I hadn't touched the lock. I jiggled the handle frantically, pushed the button to unlock it multiple times, but it wouldn't budge. After about 30 seconds of panic, the lock suddenly clicked open on its own. I yanked the door open and practically ran to school that day. My parents didn't believe me when I told them. My dad said the lock was probably just sticky and that old houses do weird things sometimes. But our house isn't even that old. It was built in the early 2000s. The incidents kept happening, becoming more frequent and more terrifying. One night about 2 months ago, we were all watching TV downstairs when we heard a huge crash from upstairs. My little brother Ethan, who's 10, ran up to check his room since the noise seemed to come from there. He came back downstairs white as a sheet. "Someone broke my toys," he whispered, tugging on my mom's sleeve. We all went upstairs to his room. Ethan has this walk-in closet where he keeps most of his action figures and Lego sets. In the middle of his closet floor, arranged in a perfect circle, were 6 of his favorite action figures, all with their heads twisted off and placed neatly beside their bodies. The rest of the closet was untouched. Nothing else was disturbed. My parents tried to rationalize it. Maybe Ethan had done it himself and forgotten, but he was downstairs with all of us the entire evening. Could he have done it earlier? He swore he hadn't, and I believed him. The look of shock on his face was too real. After that, Ethan started sleeping in my parents' room. I wanted to as well, but at 16 I felt too old to admit how scared I was. Instead, I started keeping my bedroom door locked at night, though after what happened with my mom's door, I wasn't sure a lock would make any difference. The most unsettling incidents, though, are the moving objects. It's one thing to try to explain away doors closing or locks turning. Maybe it's the house settling or some weird draft, but there's no explaining what I saw 3 weeks ago. I was sitting at my desk doing homework around 8 in the evening. I had a mug of tea sitting right in the middle of my desk, not near the edge, not precariously balanced, just sitting there on a flat surface. I was typing on my laptop when, in my peripheral vision, I saw the mug lift off the desk. Not slide, not tip over. It literally lifted up about 6 inches and then shot sideways across the room like someone had thrown it. It smashed against my wall, spraying tea everywhere. I screamed so loud my dad came running upstairs with a baseball bat, thinking someone had broken in. How do you explain to your parents that a mug just levitated and flew across your room? I tried, but they looked at me like I was losing my mind. My dad suggested maybe I'd knocked it with my elbow without realizing, but I know what I saw. That mug moved on its own, and then last week, the worst thing yet happened. I woke up suddenly at exactly 4 in the morning. I know the time because I checked my phone immediately, wondering what had woken me. As I was looking at my phone screen, I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. On my desk across the room was a heavy wooden box where I keep jewelry and other small things. It's not light, it probably weighs about 5 pounds. As I watched, frozen in bed, the box slid to the edge of the desk, paused for a second, and then launched itself into the air. It didn't fall, it flew in an arc, as if it weighed nothing, landing with a thud right in the middle of my bedroom floor. It was like someone had picked it up and thrown it, except there was nobody there. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat up in bed with my back against the wall, clutching my phone, too terrified to move. When morning finally came, I told my parents I wasn't feeling well and stayed home from school. I couldn't bring myself to tell them what had really happened. The thing that scares me most is that whatever is happening seems to be getting worse. It started with doors closing, then locks turning, then objects being moved or broken, and now things are literally flying across rooms. What comes next? I've tried researching the history of our house, but there's nothing unusual. No deaths, no tragic events, nothing that would explain what's happening. My mom noticed I've been sleeping with my lights on and suggested maybe I'm just stressed about school or something. My dad thinks I'm making it all up for attention. Ethan believes me, but he's 10, so that doesn't help much with convincing my parents. Last night I was alone in the kitchen getting a glass of water around midnight when all the cabinet doors opened at once. Not just one or two. Every single cabinet in our kitchen opened simultaneously, as if someone had walked along pulling each one. I dropped the glass I was holding and it shattered on the floor. I stood there, surrounded by open cabinets, glass shards and spilled water, and I swear I felt someone watching me. Not from anywhere specific. It felt like the entire house was watching me, waiting to see what I would do. I don't know what to do anymore. I'm writing this because I need someone to believe me. My parents think I'm either making it up or that I'm anxious about something else. But I know what I've seen. Something is in our house, and it's getting bolder. The scariest part is that we've lived here for 6 years, with no problems until recently. Why now? What changed? And what does it want? I'm sitting in my room right now, door locked, for whatever good that does, trying to convince myself that there's a logical explanation for all of this. But I know there isn't. Something is here with us, and I don't think it's friendly. As I'm typing this, my bedroom light just flickered twice. I'm trying to tell myself it's just faulty wiring, but deep down I know better. Whatever is in this house knows I'm talking about it, and I don't think it's happy about it. Was Story 16. I never believed in ghosts or demons or any of that supernatural crap. I'm a practical guy. Joined the military right after high school, focused on my career, always had a logical explanation for everything. That changed in November of 2016. I'd been stationed at MacDill AFB in Tampa for about 18 months. My roommate Jake got deployed overseas, which meant I needed to find a new place since our lease was ending anyway. Found this one-bedroom apartment in South Tampa that seemed perfect. Decent neighborhood, affordable on my E4 salary, close enough to base. The building was older but well-maintained, probably built in the 70s or 80s. From the first day I moved in, something felt off. I can't really explain it. The apartment was nice enough. Decent-sized living room, small kitchen, bathroom, and a bedroom with a window overlooking the parking lot. But there was this heaviness to the air. At first, I chalked it up to Florida humidity, or maybe the building's ventilation system. The first few nights were uneventful. I was busy unpacking, setting up my stuff, working my regular shifts. By the end of the first week, I was pretty much settled in. That's when it started. I woke up in the middle of the night and couldn't move, not a single muscle. My eyes were open, and I was fully conscious, but my body wouldn't respond. Then I noticed something standing in my bedroom doorway, a dark, shadowy figure. It was tall, maybe 6.5 feet, and seemed to be melting, like its edges were constantly shifting and dripping down toward the floor. I tried to scream but couldn't make a sound. After what felt like forever, probably only 30 seconds or so, I suddenly regained control of my body and shot up in bed. The doorway was empty. I told myself it was just a nightmare. I'd heard about sleep paralysis before, that weird state between sleeping and waking where your brain is active but your body is still in sleep mode. Never experienced it myself, but I knew it was a real medical thing. The next night, it happened again. Same scenario. Woke up paralyzed, saw the figure in the doorway, eventually snapped out of it. This time the figure seemed to be looking directly at me. It didn't have a face exactly, just a darker area where a face should be. After the third consecutive night, I went to the base medical facility. The doctor told me it was classic sleep paralysis, probably triggered by stress, change in environment, or irregular sleep patterns. He suggested better sleep hygiene, no screens before bed, consistent sleep schedule, that kind of thing. I tried everything he suggested. Nothing helped. By week 3, I was dreading going to sleep. The episodes were happening almost every night, and they were getting worse. The figure wasn't just standing in the doorway anymore. It was coming into my room, moving closer to my bed. One night, it came right up to the edge of my mattress and just watched me. I could feel its presence, like the air around it was colder. I started sleeping with the lights on, which helped a little. The figure was less visible with the lights on, but I could still sense it. I still woke up paralyzed. My work performance was suffering from the lack of decent sleep. My supervisor noticed and asked if everything was okay. What was I supposed to say? Sorry, Sergeant. There's a shadow monster in my apartment. So I just blamed it on adjusting to living alone. Around the 1-month mark, things escalated. I woke up paralyzed as usual, but this time I felt a pressure on my chest, like someone was sitting on me. The figure was looming over me, its face inches from mine. I couldn't breathe properly. When I finally broke free from the paralysis, I gasped for air so hard I nearly threw up. The next day, I started asking around about the apartment building. Found out from a neighbor that the previous tenant in my unit had moved out unexpectedly, breaking their lease. They didn't give a reason, just left. That information didn't exactly help me sleep better. I considered moving, but I'd signed a 6-month lease and couldn't afford to break it. Plus, part of me was still trying to rationalize everything. Sleep paralysis is a documented medical condition. Stress can cause all kinds of weird reactions. I wasn't going to let my imagination drive me out of a perfectly good apartment. Then came the dragging incident. This happened about 2 months after I moved in. I went to bed around 11, exhausted from a long day, woke up around 3 in the morning, paralyzed again. The figure was at the foot of my bed, but this time it looked more solid, more real. I felt the blanket slowly sliding off me, then a tugging sensation on my legs. I was being pulled toward the edge of the bed. This wasn't just the feeling of being pulled, I was literally moving across the mattress. I fought against the paralysis with everything I had, trying desperately to move, to scream, anything. My body wouldn't respond. I slid further and further until I was half off the bed, then suddenly dropped into the gap between the bed and the wall. That's when I felt it, a hand gripping my forearm, not a human hand. The fingers were too long, the grip too cold. I was fully awake now, no longer paralyzed, and I could still feel it holding me. I yanked my arm away and scrambled out of that gap, turning on every light in the apartment. My forearm had 5 distinct bruises forming where the fingers had gripped me. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. Sat on the couch with all the lights on, a kitchen knife beside me, watching mindless TV until the sun came up, called in sick to work that day, used the time to look for a new place, but there was nothing available that I could afford on short notice. For the next few weeks, I tried various strategies to cope. Sleeping on the couch instead of the bedroom, leaving the TV on all night, taking sleep aids to knock myself out completely. Sometimes they worked, sometimes they didn't. The episodes became less predictable but more intense when they did happen. One night, I dozed off on the couch and woke to find the figure standing over me, its melting form dripping dark matter that disappeared before hitting the floor. Another night, I heard whispering coming from the empty bedroom, not words I could understand, just hushed, urgent sounds. I started spending as much time away from the apartment as possible, volunteered for extra shifts, hung out at friends' places until late, went to the gym for hours, anything to avoid being there. But eventually, I always had to go back. The final incident happened 3 weeks before my lease was up. I'd found a new place and was counting down the days. That night, I fell asleep on my stomach, something I rarely do. Woke up paralyzed, as usual, but this time I felt something sitting on my back. Not just pressure, actual weight pushing me into the mattress. I could feel its breath on the back of my neck, hot and ragged. Whatever it was heavy and solid, pinning me down completely. It was breathing right in my ear now, making this wet clicking sound. Then I felt something sharp pressing against my back, slowly dragging downward. The pain was real, burning, stinging pain that cut through the paralysis. I finally broke free, throwing myself off the bed and onto the floor. When I reached back to touch my skin, my hand came away wet. Blood. In the bathroom mirror, I could see 3 long scratches running from my right shoulder blade down to the middle of my back. They weren't deep enough to need stitches, but they were definitely real, not marks I could have made myself, given their location and angle. That was it. I packed a bag right then, at 4 in the morning, and drove to my buddy Mike's place. Woke him up and told him I needed a place to stay because of plumbing issues in my apartment. He could tell something was seriously wrong, but he didn't press for details. I stayed with Mike for those last 3 weeks, going back to my apartment only once with him to grab the rest of my stuff in broad daylight. Even then, the place felt wrong. Cold spots, that heavy feeling in the air. Mike noticed it too, asked if the AC was broken. We got everything out in less than an hour. When the lease ended, I returned the keys to the property manager. She asked casually if I'd be renewing. I said no, trying to keep my voice steady. She nodded and said, "That's too bad. Most people don't stay in that unit very long." I wanted to ask her what she meant by that, but I also didn't want to know. I just wanted to be done with the place. It's been over 6 years now, and I've never experienced sleep paralysis since leaving that apartment. The scratches on my back healed, but left faint scars that I can still see if I look carefully in the mirror. Sometimes I try to convince myself it was all in my head, the stress of military life, living alone for the first time, maybe even something environmental like mold or carbon monoxide. But I know what I felt, I know what happened to me. That thing in my Tampa apartment was real, and it was getting stronger, more physical, more dangerous. Whatever it wasn't just trying to scare me anymore. By the end, it wanted to hurt me, and sometimes late at night when I'm drifting off to sleep, I still catch myself checking the doorway, making sure nothing's standing there, watching me. Story 17. I still remember that day like it was yesterday, even though I'm 25 now, and it happened when I was 7. Some memories fade with time, but this one hasn't. It's like it's burned into my brain. It was summer break, and my parents had dropped me off at my grandmother's house in Connecticut for the weekend. I didn't mind staying with her. She lived in this big old Victorian house near the town green in a really normal suburb, like totally normal. Kids riding bikes, people walking dogs, neighbors mowing lawns. It wasn't some creepy, isolated place in the woods or anything. My grandmother was different. She wasn't the cookie-baking, cheek-pinching type. She kept to herself mostly. Had these weird books all over the house, strange symbols hung on the walls, dried herbs hanging from the kitchen ceiling. I didn't think much of it as a kid. That was just Grandma's house, you know. That particular day was sunny, warm, but not hot. I remember because I was wearing my favorite red t-shirt with dinosaurs on it, but no jacket. Must have been late June. After lunch, Grandma said she needed to prepare something in her study. That's what she called the small room off the kitchen where nobody was allowed to go. She told me to play outside but stay in the backyard. The backyard was decent sized and surrounded by this tall wooden fence, maybe 6 feet high. It had a gate that led to the front, but it had one of those sliding bolt locks that was pretty hard for me to open on my own. I was throwing a tennis ball against the side of the house, pretending I was a baseball player. Got bored of that after a while and decided I'd check out the front yard. I managed to get the gate open and ran around to the front. The house faced the town green, where some teenagers were hanging out by the gazebo. Cars drove by. A mail truck was making its rounds. Normal stuff. I was looking for interesting rocks or bugs or whatever 7-year-olds find fascinating when something made me turn around. Not a sound exactly, more like a feeling, like when someone's staring at you and you just know it. When I turned back toward the house, that's when I saw it. Standing in the middle of the backyard, my grandmother's backyard, was this wolf. But not like any wolf I'd ever seen in books or at the zoo. This thing was massive, like the size of a pony or something. Its fur was the blackest black I've ever seen, not dark gray or brownish black like regular wolves. This was black, like looking into a hole in the world. But its eyes, God, its eyes, they were glowing red, not reflecting light like how animals' eyes shine in headlights. These were actually glowing like 2 red light bulbs were inside its head. The weirdest part, it was completely still, not moving a muscle, not breathing that I could tell, just standing there, staring at me. It wasn't growling or showing teeth, just staring with those red eyes. I don't remember deciding to run, my body just did it. I bolted to the front of the house, where a couple was walking by with a stroller. I stopped, suddenly feeling stupid. What was I going to say? There's a giant black wolf with red eyes in my grandma's backyard. They'd think I was making it up. The thing is, I wasn't scared exactly. I mean, I was, but I was more fascinated. That sounds crazy, but it's true. After about 15 seconds of standing there catching my breath, I had this overwhelming urge to look again, to make sure it was real. So I crept back around the side of the house, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I peeked around the corner into the backyard, ready to run if I needed to. Nothing. The yard was completely empty. I walked in slowly, looking everywhere. Behind the old oak tree, around the garden shed, even under the porch. Nothing. The wolf was gone. Here's the thing that kept me up that night and many nights after. That gate I mentioned. It was closed, and the bolt was slid back into place. There's no way the wolf could have opened it. The fence had no holes, no places where it was broken down. It was solid all the way around. Whatever that thing was, it had disappeared into thin air. I didn't tell my grandmother what I saw. Something told me not to. But that evening, I noticed her watching me with this weird expression, like she was trying to figure something out. At dinner, she asked me if I'd seen anything interesting today, just like that, super casual. I lied and said no, just played outside. She nodded and didn't push it, but kept giving me these looks. That night, I heard her in her study. She was talking, but it didn't sound like English, more like chanting or singing in a language I'd never heard. I put my pillow over my head and eventually fell asleep. It wasn't until years later, when I was around 12, that I found out from my mom that Grandma practiced witchcraft. Not the Halloween costume kind, but actual rituals and spells and stuff. Mom said it like it was no big deal. Oh, Grandma and her witchcraft. She's been into that for decades, like it was knitting or gardening or something. When I asked more questions, Mom shut down the conversation, said it was just old country traditions and nothing to worry about. But I did worry. I kept thinking about that wolf, what it was, why it was there. If my grandmother had somehow summoned it. I didn't go back to my grandmother's house for almost a year after the wolf incident. My parents thought I was just being difficult when I begged not to go. Eventually, though, they insisted I spend Thanksgiving there and brought my younger brother Tommy along too. He was 5 at the time. What happened that Thanksgiving is the other thing I can't explain. The thing that makes me think the wolf wasn't just my imagination. Grandma's house had this amazing staircase. wide wooden steps that curved up to the second floor. At the top was this small landing with a window. Not a regular window, but one with colored glass pieces. Grandma called it her chapel window, even though we weren't religious. It cast these colored patterns on the floor when the sun hit it just right. Tommy and I were heading upstairs after dinner to play in the guest room where our toys were. I was on the third step, Tommy right behind me, when I saw something at the top of the stairs. It moved from the right side of the landing, stopped in the middle, and then just stood there. It looked like the Grim Reaper from my comics, a tall, dark figure in what seemed like a black robe or cloak. I couldn't see a face inside the hood, just darkness. It didn't have a scythe or anything, but the shape was unmistakable. I froze. Tommy bumped into me from behind and started to say something, but then he saw it too. I know he did because he grabbed my shirt so hard his knuckles went white. The figure stood there for maybe 5 seconds, though it felt much longer. Then it slowly turned its head, or what should have been its head, and looked directly at us. I couldn't see eyes, but I felt it looking at us, the same feeling I had with the wolf. Then it just walked to the left, into my grandmother's bedroom. Didn't open the door, just passed through it. Tommy and I didn't say a word. We just turned and ran down those stairs faster than I've ever moved in my life. We crashed into the kitchen where the adults were having coffee. My mom asked what was wrong, but we couldn't explain. We were both shaking. Tommy started crying. The weird part? Grandma just nodded, like she wasn't surprised at all. She took Tommy onto her lap, stroked his hair, and whispered something in his ear. He stopped crying almost immediately. She looked at me with those same searching eyes from the wolf day and said, "The house is very old. It makes noises and plays tricks on the eyes sometimes." But it wasn't a trick. Tommy and I saw the same thing. We talked about it later when we were alone, and our descriptions matched perfectly. He called it the Shadow Man. That was our last visit to Grandma's house. She died 3 months later. Heart attack, they said. The house was sold, and we never went back. I'm 25 now. I've told this story to exactly 2 people, my college roommate and my girlfriend. Both looked at me like I was either lying or crazy. Maybe I am. Maybe it was all just a kid's overactive imagination. But sometimes I dream about that wolf, standing perfectly still in my grandmother's yard, those red eyes boring into me. And in the dreams, sometimes it speaks, not with a voice, but somehow I understand what it's saying. She called us, but we came for you. I don't know what that means. I don't know if the wolf and the shadow man were the same entity in different forms. I don't know what my grandmother was doing in that study of hers. The boxes of her belongings we got after she died didn't include any of her strange books or symbols. My mom said Grandma had specific instructions for those things to be dealt with appropriately. Whatever that means. All I know is that what I saw was real. It happened in broad daylight, in a normal suburb, with people just yards away going about their day. That's what makes it so unsettling. This wasn't some abandoned house in the middle of nowhere at midnight. This was real life. Middle of the day, birds singing, mail being delivered. Sometimes I drive through that town when I'm back visiting my parents. The house looks different now, painted a different color. Landscaping changed, but every time I pass by, I slow down and look at the backyard gate, and every time, just for a second, I expect to see those red eyes staring back at me. Whatever it was, I don't think it's finished with me. I can't explain why I feel that way, but sometimes late at night, I get that same feeling I had in the yard, that something is watching me. I'll turn quickly, expecting to see it, but there's never anything there, at least not yet. Story 18 gone through the same thing and can tell me I'm not losing my mind. Either way, here's what's been happening since my mom died. My mom, Catherine, took her own life last October. She'd been battling depression for years, but none of us realized how bad it had gotten. She overdosed on clonazepam and was rushed to the psychiatric hospital, but she died 3 days later. I was living out of state when it happened. I got the call from my dad and immediately booked a flight home, but I didn't make it in time to say goodbye. The weird stuff started happening even before she died, when she was still in the hospital on involuntary lockdown. My dad called me one night, completely freaked out. He said he'd been sitting in the living room watching TV when he heard Mom's voice calling his name from the dining room. He thought somehow she'd escaped from the hospital and come home. He went to check, but there was nobody there, just empty chairs around the table where we used to have family dinners. "Rachel, I swear I heard her," he told me on the phone. Clear as day. It wasn't the TV, it wasn't the neighbors, it was Catherine. I chalked it up to stress. Dad hadn't been sleeping well since Mom was hospitalized. His mind was playing tricks on him. That's what I told myself. Then Mom died, and things got even stranger. For the first few months after her funeral, I called Dad every day to check in. He was alone in the house they'd shared for 30 years, and I was worried about him. About 6 weeks after Mom's death, he mentioned something that sent chills down my spine. "Your mother keeps waking me up at night," he said, his voice matter of fact, like he was telling me about the weather. "What do you mean?" I asked. "I'll be sound asleep, and then I hear her calling my name, just like she used to when she needed something. John, John, and it's so real that I actually get up and look for her before I remember." He didn't finish the sentence. He didn't have to. Dad isn't the type to make this stuff up. He's a practical man, an electrical engineer who believes in logic and evidence. For him to admit he was hearing Mom's voice, that was huge. "It's not dreams," he insisted when I suggested it might be. "I'm fully awake, and it's happened at least 6 or 7 times now." I didn't know what to tell him. Grief does strange things to people. I figured that's what it was, grief playing tricks on his mind. But then it started happening to me too. I have this habit of calling my parents' landline instead of their cell phones. Even after Mom died, I kept calling the house phone to talk to Dad. About 3 months after Mom passed, I called one evening around 6 o'clock. The phone rang twice, and then I heard Dad pick up. "Hello?" he said. And then, clear as a bell, I heard Mom's voice in the background saying, "Hello." In that cheerful way she always answered the phone. I froze. My heart started racing. "Dad," I whispered, "is someone there with you?" "No, just me and Olive," he said, referring to their cat. "Why?" I couldn't bring myself to tell him what I'd heard. I made up some excuse about bad connection and quickly changed the subject. But it happened again and again. 3 more times over the next few months I'd call the house. Dad would answer, and in the background I'd hear Mom's voice saying hello too. It was always the same greeting, the same inflection, that upbeat hello she'd use when answering the phone. I started to wonder if I was losing it. Maybe it was just static on the line. Maybe it was the neighbor's TV. Maybe I was hearing what I wanted to hear. Then came Christmas. I flew home to spend the holiday with Dad. It was going to be tough. Our first Christmas without Mom. Dad had put up the tree but couldn't bring himself to hang the ornaments. We did it together the night I arrived, crying and laughing as we remembered the stories behind each one. The next morning I was in the kitchen making coffee when I heard Olive meowing at the back door, wanting to go out. Mom used to imitate Olive's meows. It was this silly thing she did that used to drive me crazy. She'd hear Olive meow and she'd mimic it perfectly, down to the exact pitch and tone. As I walked to the door to let Olive out, I heard it, Mom's imitation of Olive's meow, coming from right behind me. It wasn't just similar, it was exact. The same timbre, the same volume. I spun around, spilling hot coffee on my hand, but there was nobody there. I stood frozen, my burned hand throbbing, staring at the empty kitchen. Olive kept meowing at the door, but I couldn't move. I felt like I couldn't breathe. "Mom?" I whispered, feeling ridiculous and terrified at the same time. Nothing, just the sound of Olive getting more impatient. I didn't tell Dad about that one either. What would I say? "Hey, Dad, I think Mom's ghost was making cat noises in the kitchen this morning." He was barely holding it together as it was. After Christmas, I went back to my place, but I couldn't stop thinking about what was happening. In March, I decided to move back home. I told Dad it was because I'd found a better job opportunity nearby, which wasn't entirely a lie. But the truth was, I needed to know if these experiences were real or if grief was making me hallucinate. I moved into my old bedroom with my cat, Chloe. Mom and Chloe had a special bond. Mom was the one who found Chloe as a stray kitten and convinced me to adopt her. Whenever we'd visit, Chloe would spend hours on Mom's lap. About 2 weeks after moving back, I noticed something odd about Chloe's behavior. I'd be sitting on my bed with Chloe curled up next to me, when suddenly she'd look up and stare intently at the doorway, specifically at a spot about halfway up the door frame, right where the light switch is. The first few times I thought she was just watching shadows or hearing noises from the rest of the house, but it kept happening, almost daily, and always at the same spot. Then I remembered something. Mom used to peek into my room when I was a teenager. She'd stand in the hallway and just poke her head around the corner to check on me. She was short, only 5'2", so her head would appear right at the level of the light switch. And Chloe doesn't just stare at that spot. She makes this specific expression. Her eyes get wide and she does this slow blink thing that cats do when they're content. It's the exact same face she makes when I scratch under her chin and make kissing noises at her. It's her "I'm being admired" face. I started watching more carefully. When Chloe stares at that spot by the light switch, her tail does this little twitch that it only does when she's happy. Sometimes she even stretches her neck forward, like she's getting pets from an invisible hand. Last week I finally worked up the courage to say something to Dad about all this. We were having dinner and he was telling me about how he'd been sleeping better lately. "The funny thing is," he said, poking at his mashed potatoes, "your mom doesn't wake me up anymore, not since you moved back home." I put down my fork. "Dad, I need to ask you something. Do you think Mom is still here, in the house?" He didn't look surprised by the question. He just nodded slowly. "Sometimes I'll be sitting in my chair reading the paper and I'll smell her perfume," he said. "Just for a second. Or I'll be doing dishes and feel like someone just walked behind me." "Why didn't you say anything?" I asked. He shrugged. "Didn't want you to think your old man was going crazy." I told him everything then. The phone calls, the cat meow in the kitchen, Chloe staring at the doorway. As I talked, I could see the tension leaving his body, like he'd been carrying this secret for months and could finally put it down. "You know what's strange?" he said when I finished. "I'm not scared. Not at all. It feels comforting, like she's checking in on us." I nodded. That was the strangest part for me too. Mom and I didn't always have the best relationship. We fought a lot when I was growing up. She thought I was too rebellious. I thought she was too controlling. We'd made peace in the years before her death, but there was still a distance between us that I regretted. Maybe that's why she's still here. Maybe there are things left unsaid, connections still to be made. Last night, I was lying in bed scrolling through my phone when Chloe, curled up beside me, suddenly lifted her head and stared at the doorway, at that exact spot by the light switch. But this time, instead of just staring, she jumped off the bed and trotted over to the doorway. She sat down right beneath the light switch and looked up, her tail twitching happily. I felt the air in the room change. It got heavier somehow, charged with something. And then I smelled it, Mom's perfume, that distinctive mix of vanilla and jasmine she always wore. "Mom," I said out loud, my voice shaking. "Is that you?" The light switch flicked on, then off, then on again. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. Chloe was purring now, rubbing against something or someone I couldn't see. The light went off and stayed off. The smell of perfume faded. Chloe stayed by the door for a few more minutes, then sauntered back to the bed and curled up next to me like nothing had happened. I lay awake until dawn, replaying it in my mind, trying to find a logical explanation. Maybe the switch was faulty. Maybe the breeze from the air vent carried Mom's perfume from somewhere else in the house. Maybe Chloe was just being weird because cats are weird sometimes. But deep down, I know what happened. Mom is still here with us. She's watching over Dad. She's playing with Chloe. She's answering the phone when I call. I don't know why she's still here or how long she'll stay. I don't know if what we're experiencing is real or just manifestations of our grief. All I know is that sometimes, in this house, the line between the living and the dead seems very thin indeed, and somehow that brings me comfort rather than fear. Story 19. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened that night 6 years ago. 3 teenagers out for a walk, just trying to kill some time in our boring little town of Willow Creek. It should have been nothing special, but it turned into the most terrifying experience of my life. It was the summer after junior year. Me, Derek, and Mike were hanging out at Mike's place playing video games like we did most nights. His parents were out of town for the weekend, so we'd been basically living off pizza and energy drinks for 2 days straight. Around 11:30 at night, we were getting stir-crazy and decided to go for a walk. "Let's take the old county road," Derek suggested. "No cars this time of night." It seemed like a good idea at the time. The night was clear, warm, but not humid, with a slight breeze. Perfect walking weather. Willow Creek isn't exactly known for excitement, so wandering around late at night was about as adventurous as things got for us. We'd been walking for maybe 20 minutes, just talking about stupid stuff. Girls from school, which colleges we might apply to, the new Marvel movie coming out, when I noticed this weird orange glow in the distance. It was coming from the area where they'd been logging recently. The lumber company had cleared out a huge section of trees, leaving this weird barren stretch between the road and the dense forest beyond. "You guys see that?" I asked, pointing toward the glow. "Yeah, what is that?" Mike squinted. "Forest fire, maybe?" Derek shook his head. "Nah, it's not moving like fire. Let's check it out." Looking back, that was our first mistake, but we were 17, bored and curious. We left the road and started picking our way through the logged area. It was harder than it looked. There were stumps and fallen branches everywhere, and the moonlight only helped so much. The orange glow seemed to get fainter the closer we got, which was weird, but we kept going anyway. We must have walked for about half an hour through that cleared area. My legs were getting tired from climbing over logs and navigating the uneven ground. Then suddenly, the land just dropped away in front of us. We'd reached a ravine, maybe 20 feet across and pretty deep. Couldn't see the bottom in the darkness. The cleared area ended right at the edge, but on the other side, the forest started immediately. Like right at the edge of the ravine stood these massive trees, creating this wall of darkness. By this point, it was after midnight. The orange glow we'd been following had completely disappeared. I remember checking my phone and seeing it was 12:17 a.m. I was getting tired, so I knelt down at the edge of the ravine to catch my breath. Derek flopped down on his back nearby, looking up at the stars, while Mike remained standing a few feet away, staring across the ravine into the forest. I was about to suggest we head back when I saw it. Between 2 trees on the opposite side of the ravine, maybe 15 yards away, stood this figure. It was humanoid, about 5'10", and completely pale white. Not like paper white, but like the color of bone that's been bleached by the sun. It was just standing there, perfectly still, watching us. The worst part was that while it looked human-shaped, something about it was just wrong. The proportions weren't quite right. Its arms seemed slightly too long, its head a bit too round, and though I couldn't make out any facial features from that distance, I had this overwhelming certainty it was staring directly at me. I couldn't move. It was like all my muscles had locked up at once. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "Guys," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "Do you see that?" Mike didn't turn around immediately, but his body language changed. His shoulders tensed up, and he slowly nodded. He'd been staring at it too. Before Derek could even sit up to look, we heard it, a whistle, but not like any whistle I've ever heard before or since. It was unnaturally deep, impossibly loud, and it seemed to come from directly behind us, like someone had bent down right next to my ear. It didn't sound like it came from a human. The pitch was too perfect, too sustained, and there was this quality to it that made my skin crawl. Like it was mimicking a human sound, but didn't quite get it right. I didn't think. I didn't look back. I just ran. We all did. No words exchanged, No signal given. All three of us just bolted at the same time, scrambling away from the ravine and back through the logged area. I've never run so fast in my life. I was jumping over fallen trees, sliding down muddy slopes, catching my clothes on branches, and I didn't care. All I knew was that I needed to get away from whatever made that sound. The weird thing is, we didn't stick together. Usually, in horror movies, people run together, right? Not us. We scattered like startled animals, each taking our own path through the cleared area. I could hear Derek and Mike crashing through the brush somewhere nearby, but I couldn't see them. I reached the road first. My lungs were burning, and my legs felt like jelly, but the fear kept me going. I stopped at the edge of the road, gasping for breath, frantically looking back for my friends. For about 30 seconds, which felt like an eternity, I was alone on that dark road, terrified that whatever was back there had gotten my friends. Then Mike burst out from the tree line, followed shortly by Derek. They looked as terrified as I felt. Without a word, we all started running again, this time down the road toward Mike's house. The walk that had taken us 30 minutes earlier, we covered in about 5. My side was cramping so bad I thought I might pass out, but the memory of that pale figure and that terrible whistle kept me going. We finally reached Mike's driveway and just collapsed on the gravel. I was completely spent. My jeans were torn at the knee, and I had scratches all over my arms from branches I'd run through. Derek had a nasty gash on his forehead that was bleeding pretty badly, and Mike had somehow lost one of his shoes. We lay there for what must have been 10 minutes, just trying to catch our breath. When we finally went inside, we locked every door and window in the house. We sat in Mike's living room with all the lights on, still too amped up on adrenaline to sleep. That's when we started talking about what we'd seen. "Did you guys see that thing?" I asked. Mike nodded vigorously. I was staring right at it. It wasn't human. Derek looked confused. "I didn't see anything. I just heard that whistle and ran." "It was standing right across the ravine," I said. "White, like albino white, but not right looking, like someone tried to make a person but got the details wrong." "It didn't move at all," Mike added. "Not even a little, just stood there watching us." "But what about that whistle?" Derek asked. "It sounded like it came from right behind us, but there was nothing there." That's what scared me the most. The ravine was 20 feet across. There's no way whatever we saw could have gotten behind us that quickly, unless there were more than one of them, or unless what we saw was just a distraction meant to hold our attention while something else snuck up behind us. We stayed up all night, jumping at every sound, replaying the events over and over. The next morning, in the harsh light of day, we tried to rationalize what had happened. Maybe it was just some local weirdo playing a prank. Maybe the whistle was just an owl or some other forest animal. Maybe the pale figure was just a tree stump that looked human-shaped in the moonlight. But deep down, I knew better. We all did. Over the next few weeks, we researched like crazy, looking up local legends, cryptids, anything that might explain what we saw. We found some stories about pale walkers in the forests around Willow Creek, entities that lured people deep into the woods. Some accounts mentioned whistling or other strange sounds. The stories always ended with people disappearing. We never went back to that ravine. In fact, I don't think any of us have gone walking after dark since then. I know I haven't. 6 years later, and I still get nervous when the sun starts to set. I sleep with a nightlight, which my college roommates used to make fun of until I told them this story. Sometimes when I'm almost asleep, I hear that whistle again in my memory, deep, loud, and impossibly close. And I wonder what would have happened if we hadn't run, if we'd stayed frozen for just a few seconds longer, or worse, if we'd somehow been lured across that ravine into the dense forest beyond. What haunts me most is the certainty I felt in that moment, that whatever was watching us from across that ravine wasn't human, wasn't natural, and had been waiting for us, like it knew we were coming, like it had called us there with that strange orange glow we never did find the source of. I still live in fear that someday I'll hear that whistle again, only this time it won't be a memory. Story 20. I've been debating whether to share this for months. I still get goosebumps thinking about it, and I'm not someone who scares easily. I worked as a night attendant at Hot Lake Hotel in Union County last summer, just a temporary gig while I finished my degree. The pay was decent, and the overnight shift meant I could study during quiet hours. That was the plan anyway. The first thing that struck me about Hot Lake was the smell. Not unpleasant exactly, but distinctive. A mineral scent from the thermal springs that permeates everything. The building itself is massive, around 65,000 square feet of stone and brick, sitting at the foot of this imposing bluff. The lakes beside it are constantly steaming, even in summer, which gives the whole place this eerie, dreamlike quality at night. My supervisor, Tom, was a local guy in his 50s who'd been working there for years. During my orientation, he gave me the standard tour: front desk procedures, emergency protocols, where to find supplies, basic stuff. But I noticed he kept certain parts of the tour brief, particularly the West Wing. When I asked about it, he just mumbled something about ongoing renovations and quickly moved on. The owners prefer we focus on the hotel's historic charm, he said, when I asked about the building's past. Guests come here for relaxation, not ghost stories. I didn't push it. I needed the job, and honestly, I wasn't particularly superstitious. I'd heard rumors about Hot Lake being haunted. Everyone in the area has. But I figured they were just local legends drummed up to attract tourists. My shift started at 11 at night and ended at 7 in the morning. Most nights were quiet, just occasional late check-ins or early departures. The owners lived off-site, so once the evening staff left, I was alone in that massive building. About 3 weeks into the job, I was at the front desk reading a textbook when the lobby phone rang. It was just after 2 in the morning. "Front desk," I answered. There was no response, just static and what sounded like water running. "Hello, can I help you?" More static, then the line went dead. I checked the phone system, assuming it was just a technical glitch. The call had come from room 217, one of the rooms in the West Wing that was supposedly under renovation and unoccupied. I made a note to tell maintenance in the morning. About 20 minutes later, the phone rang again. Same room. This time when I answered, I heard what sounded like labored breathing, then a woman's voice, barely audible. "Need help?" "Ma'am, are you all right?" I sat up straight, suddenly alert. "What room are you in?" "Water. Too hot." The connection crackled and cut out again. I grabbed the master key and a flashlight. If someone was in distress, I couldn't wait. I headed up the main staircase, my footsteps echoing through the empty corridors. The second floor was dimly lit, with emergency lights casting long shadows along the hallway. As I approached the West Wing, the air noticeably changed, becoming warmer and heavier with that mineral smell from the springs. I'd never actually been in this section before. Tom had always discouraged it, saying it wasn't ready for staff or guests. The door separating the West Wing from the main hallway was heavy, with a small sign reading "Staff Only." I unlocked it and stepped through. The renovation excuse became immediately suspicious. There was no construction equipment, no materials, nothing indicating any work was being done. Just a long, dark hallway with doors on either side. I moved slowly, shining my flashlight ahead. "Hello? Did someone call the front desk?" My voice seemed to be swallowed by the darkness. The carpet beneath my feet was worn but intact, not what you'd expect in a section supposedly being renovated. Room 217 was about halfway down the corridor. As I approached, I noticed a thin line of light under the door. Someone was definitely in there. I knocked firmly. "Hotel staff, is everything okay in there?" No answer. I knocked again, louder this time. "I received a call from this room. Do you need assistance?" Still nothing. I hesitated, then used the master key to unlock the door, opening it just a crack. "Hello, I'm coming in." The room was empty. Completely empty. No furniture, no luggage, nothing but bare hardwood floors and faded wallpaper. And it was cold, much colder than the hallway outside. My breath clouded in front of me, but the bathroom light was on. I pushed the door open further and stepped inside, my heart pounding against my ribs. "Hello?" The bathroom door was ajar, steam billowing out. I could hear water running, a bathtub filling, the pipes groaning. "Is anyone in here? Do you need help?" I approached the bathroom slowly, pushing the door open with my fingertips. The ancient clawfoot tub was filled to the brim with steaming water, the faucet still running full blast, water spilling onto the tile floor. The mirror was completely fogged. I quickly turned off the water and looked around, confused and increasingly unnerved. There was nowhere in this small room for someone to hide, yet the tub had been filling recently enough that it was still overflowing. As I turned to leave, I noticed something that made my blood freeze. In the condensation on the mirror, someone had written, "Find Phi." I backed out of the bathroom, my heart racing. Dr. Phi. I'd heard that name before. He'd owned the place back when it was a sanatorium in the early 1900s. One of the locals had mentioned him when I first took the job, saying he'd been some kind of pioneering doctor who used the hot springs for medical treatments. I left the room, locking it behind me, and practically ran back to the front desk. I tried calling Tom, but he didn't answer. I considered calling the police, but what would I say? That I found an empty bathtub running and a cryptic message about a long-dead doctor? I spent the rest of my shift at the front desk, jumping at every creak and groan of the old building. When Tom arrived at 7 to relieve me, I told him what had happened. He listened without expression, then sighed. Room 217 has been locked for years. No one has a key except management. But I was just there, I insisted. The tub was running. Someone wrote on the mirror. "Show me," he said finally. We went back up together. When we reached the west wing door, Tom unlocked it with his own key. But as we walked down the hallway, I felt increasingly disoriented. The corridor seemed longer somehow, the doors spaced differently. When we reached what should have been room 217, the number on the door read 219. "That's not right," I said. "It was 217, I'm sure of it." Tom gave me a look that was part concern, part irritation. 217 is back there, we just passed it. We backtracked, he was right. Room 217 was 2 doors down, but I was certain this wasn't where I'd been earlier. Tom unlocked the door. Unlike the empty room I'd entered during the night, this one was filled with old medical equipment. Examination tables, glass cabinets with ancient instruments, and what looked like an early X-ray machine. Dust covered everything. This was part of Dr. Phi's original sanatorium, Tom explained, his voice oddly flat. The owners keep it preserved for historical purposes. "But this isn't the room I was in," I insisted. "The one I found was empty except for the bathroom." Tom shook his head. "You're exhausted. Night shifts can play tricks on your mind, especially in a place this old." I wanted to argue, but the evidence was right in front of me. Had I somehow entered the wrong room? Had I imagined the whole thing? I worked 3 more nights after that incident, and each night something happened. Objects moving when I wasn't looking. The sound of footsteps above me when the 3rd floor was vacant, whispered conversations that stopped when I rounded corners. On my last night, I was making my rounds when I heard piano music coming from the old lobby. It was faint but unmistakable, a slow, melancholy tune that seemed to drift through the corridors. I followed the sound, telling myself it was just a guest who couldn't sleep, though I knew the piano in the lobby was purely decorative, its internal workings long since removed. The lobby was empty when I arrived, the decorative piano sitting silently in the corner. But the music continued, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Then I saw her, a woman in what looked like a nurse's uniform from the 1940s, standing by the large windows overlooking the springs. She was partly transparent, the moonlight visible through her form. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. She turned slowly, fixing me with a gaze that seemed to look through me rather than at me. "He won't let us leave," she said, her voice sounding like it was coming through water. "Find his records, under the operating theater." She pointed toward the ceiling, then simply faded away. The piano music stopped abruptly. I quit the next morning. I told the manager I had family issues and couldn't continue. He seemed unsurprised, even relieved, and didn't ask questions. I've spent months researching the history of Hot Lake Hotel since then. I discovered Dr. Phi died of pneumonia in 1931 after supposedly falling into one of the hot springs during a winter storm. But I also found rumors that several female patients had accused him of misconduct and that at least 3 nurses disappeared during his tenure. The building's history after his death is even darker. The fire in 1934, the alleged storage of bodies during the typhoid epidemic, its time as an asylum. The more I read, the more convinced I became that what I experienced wasn't just my imagination. I've tried contacting former employees, but no one wants to talk. The current owners are polite but dismissive when asked about the building's history, focusing instead on its architectural significance and therapeutic springs. Last week I drove past Hot Lake. It was dusk, and I saw someone standing at one of the upper windows in the west wing, just a silhouette, motionless, watching. As I slowed down, they raised their hand, as if beckoning. I didn't stop. I haven't gone back, but I keep thinking about what the nurse said about finding records under the operating theater. I keep wondering how many others have heard those phones ring in the middle of the night, how many have seen things they can't explain. Sometimes I wake up smelling that mineral water, feeling like I never really left that place, and maybe, in some way, I haven't. Story 21. I still don't know why I agreed to hang that damn mirror. It's been 3 months since we got rid of it, and I still feel sick thinking about what happened. I just wanted to make our rental house in Norwich feel more like home, you know, that's all. Just a normal 26-year-old trying to make a crappy rental feel cozy. My roommate Jessica and I had been living in this old Victorian house for about 8 months. The rent was cheap because the place was pretty outdated, but it had these gorgeous original features that made up for the ancient plumbing and dodgy heating. The landlord had mentioned there was some old furniture in the basement that previous tenants had left behind, and we were welcome to use anything if we wanted. We'd gone down there a few times to grab extra chairs when friends came over, but never really explored properly. The basement was just unpleasant. Not in an obvious way. It wasn't flooded or full of rats or anything, but it had this weird atmosphere that made neither of us want to spend more than a minute down there. One Sunday in April, Jess and I decided to finally repaint our living room. The previous tenants had chosen this horrible mustard yellow that made the whole room feel jaundiced. We'd pushed all the furniture to the center and were just about to start when Jess remembered seeing a mirror in the basement. "It would look perfect over the fireplace," she said. "Let's go check if it's still down there." I wasn't thrilled about going to the basement, but I agreed. We headed down the narrow stairs, and I flicked the light switch at the bottom. The single bulb cast these long shadows across the space, making everything look distorted. The basement was full of random junk, an old cot in the corner, some bookshelves, boxes of who knows what, and leaning against the far wall was this massive antique mirror. It was beautiful in a way, ornate wooden frame carved with these intricate leaf patterns, the glass slightly spotted with age, had to be at least 100 years old, must have been worth something, which made me wonder why anyone would leave it behind. "This is perfect," Jess said, already lifting it. "Help me carry it up." The mirror was heavy, way heavier than it looked. As we lugged it up the stairs, I remember feeling this weird resistance, like it didn't want to move. I know that sounds stupid, it was just a mirror, but that's exactly what it felt like. My fingers kept slipping off the frame, and I nearly dropped it twice. We got it upstairs and propped it against the wall opposite the fireplace while we finished painting. I remember glancing at it occasionally as we worked, seeing our reflections moving back and forth with paint rollers. Nothing weird yet. We finished painting late that evening and were too exhausted to properly hang the mirror, so we just left it propped against the wall and collapsed into bed. That's when things started getting strange. I woke up around 3 in the morning to my dog Max whining at my bedroom door. Max is a 5-year-old Labrador mix, super chill, never makes a fuss at night. I let him in, thinking he needed to go outside, but he just stood in my doorway, staring down the hall toward the living room. I tried to coax him onto the bed, but he wouldn't budge. After a few minutes, he settled down, and I went back to sleep, forgetting about it by morning. The next day, Jess and I hung the mirror properly. It looked amazing, transformed the whole room. We were so pleased with ourselves. That evening, I was on the phone with my mum, pacing around the living room as I talked. Max was lying on the sofa, seemingly asleep. I had my back to the mirror when suddenly Max leapt up, hackles raised, and started barking furiously at the mirror. Not at his reflection, at the mirror itself. He was staring slightly to the left of where my reflection should have been, growling with his teeth bared. I've never seen him like that before or since. I turned around, expecting to see someone behind me, but there was nothing. "Max, what's wrong with you?" I tried to calm him down, but he kept barking and growling. I had to physically drag him out of the room. When I told Jess about it later, she laughed it off. Maybe he saw his reflection and didn't recognize himself. He wasn't looking at his reflection, I insisted. He was looking at something else. Jess rolled her eyes. There was nothing else there, Ellie. The next weird thing was the betta fish. Jess had this beautiful blue betta in a tank on the shelf next to the mirror. She'd had him for almost a year, and he was perfectly healthy. 3 days after we hung the mirror, I came downstairs to find him floating at the top of the tank, dead. No warning, no signs of illness, just dead. Jess was upset but said these things happen. She cleaned the tank and bought a new fish the next day. That one died within 48 hours. She didn't get a third. Then there was my houseplant. I had this monstera that was thriving. New leaves every week, gorgeous and green. It sat on a little table on the other side of the mirror. Within days of hanging the mirror, the leaves started curling and turning brown. I checked for pests, adjusted the watering, moved it to different spots to check the light. Nothing helped, it just kept dying. About a week after hanging the mirror, Jess mentioned something that made my skin crawl. "Do I look different to you?" she asked one morning over coffee. "Different how?" "I don't know. Just off." She frowned. "Every time I look in that mirror, I look horrible, fat and weird. But then I check in the bathroom mirror and I look normal." I'd been having the exact same experience but hadn't mentioned it. Every time I caught my reflection in that living room mirror, I looked distorted somehow. Not in an obvious funhouse way, but subtly wrong. My face looked wider, my eyes smaller, my skin sallower. But in every other mirror, I looked like myself. "Yeah," I admitted. "I've noticed that too." We both laughed it off as bad lighting or the angle of the mirror, but I could tell we were both unsettled. Then came the basement. We rarely went down there, but I needed to grab some winter boots I'd stored down there as the weather had turned. The moment I opened the basement door, I felt this resistance, like the air was thicker somehow. I switched on the light, but the bulb above the old cot in the corner stayed dark, even though it had worked fine before. I hurried down, grabbed my boots, and was about to leave when something caught my eye. The cot. There were what looked like footprints on it, barefoot prints pressed into the old mattress. They were too wide to be mine or Jess's, and they hadn't been there before. I stood frozen, staring at them, my heart pounding in my chest. Then I ran back upstairs and slammed the door. I told Jess about it that night. She looked scared but tried to rationalize it. Maybe someone broke in, we should check the locks. We checked every door and window. Nothing was forced, no signs of entry. "Let's go look at the footprints together," she suggested. We went back down to the basement, but the footprints were gone. The mattress was smooth, untouched, but the light above the cot still wouldn't work. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the mirror, about all the strange things that had happened since we brought it upstairs. I opened my laptop and started researching haunted objects, haunted mirrors specifically. What I found made my blood run cold. Mirrors have a long history in folklore as portals or traps for spirits. Some cultures cover mirrors when someone dies to prevent their soul from being trapped. Others believe mirrors can be windows to other dimensions. I know how this sounds. I've never been superstitious. I don't believe in ghosts or demons or any of that stuff. At least I didn't. But lying there in the dark, everything that had happened suddenly made a terrible kind of sense. The next morning, I told Jess my theory. I expected her to laugh, but she didn't. "I've been having nightmares," she confessed. "Every night since we hung that mirror. The same one. I'm standing in front of it, and there's someone else in the reflection with me, standing behind me. But when I turn around, there's no one there. That was enough for us. We decided the mirror had to go, not wanting to put it back in the basement. What if that made things worse? We opted to move it to the detached garage at the end of our garden. We wrapped it in an old sheet, both of us avoiding looking directly at the glass. As we carried it through the house, Max followed us, growling softly the entire time. The mirror felt even heavier than before, like it had gained weight somehow. We struggled across the garden and finally placed it against the far wall of the garage. I remember feeling immediate relief once it was out of the house, like I could suddenly breathe properly again. The next day, Jess went to the garage to get her bike and came running back to the house, white as a sheet. "There's a light bulb on the floor," she said, "a fluorescent tube. Right in the middle of the garage floor, directly under where we put the mirror." "So, maybe it fell from the ceiling?" I suggested, though I knew there were no fluorescent lights in our garage. "It's intact, Ellie. Not broken, just placed there, perfectly centered on the floor." We went to look together. Sure enough, there was a long fluorescent bulb lying on the concrete floor, completely undamaged. Neither of us had put it there. Neither of us even owned fluorescent tubes. That was the final straw. We decided the mirror needed to be completely gone from our property. There was a Goodwill donation center literally across the street from our house. We figured we'd donate it there. Part of me felt guilty about passing on a potentially haunted object to someone else, but I rationalized that maybe it was just our house, or us, that was causing the problem. Jess picked up the mirror by its hanging wire while I held the garage door. The moment we stepped off our property line, right at the edge of the garden, the wire snapped. The mirror fell, but miraculously didn't break. It just landed flat on the grass. "Jesus," Jess gasped. That wire was sturdy. I wasn't pulling hard at all. I examined the wire. It hadn't frayed or pulled loose from its mounting. It had simply snapped clean through, like it had been cut, like the mirror didn't want to leave. Determined now, we each took one side of the frame and carried it across the street to Goodwill. The woman at the donation door raised her eyebrows at the ornate antique mirror, but accepted it without question. As we walked away, I felt this weight lift off my shoulders. It was done. That night, I slept better than I had in weeks. No nightmares, no disruptions. Max stopped staring at the living room wall. I moved my dying plant back to its original spot, and within days, new leaves began to unfurl. Jess got another better fish, and it's still alive and thriving. The light in the basement above the cot works perfectly now. The footprints never reappeared. Everything went back to normal, which only confirmed our suspicions about the mirror. Sometimes I wonder about who might have bought it from Goodwill, if they're experiencing the same things we did, if they've figured it out yet. Part of me wants to go back and warn them, but what would I even say? I still don't understand what was happening with that mirror. Was it haunted? Was something using it as a way to watch us, to come into our home? I don't know. I just know that I'll never again bring second-hand mirrors into my house, and I always check my reflection carefully now, making sure the person looking back is really me. Story 22. I've been debating whether to post this for years. I've told a few close friends, but I've never written it all down before. What happened that fall when I was 13 still keeps me up some nights, and I still don't have a logical explanation for everything I witnessed. This all went down in Glendale, where I grew up. I was in 8th grade, just trying to navigate the usual middle school drama. I wasn't popular, but I had my small group of friends. I was the theater and book nerd who preferred rehearsals and the library to pretty much anything else. Charlie transferred to our school about a month into the semester. He sat next to me in English class on his first day. I remember noticing how pale and thin he was, with these deep brown eyes that seemed too old for his face. He was quiet, but not in a shy way, more like he was constantly observing everything around him. We ended up talking after Ms. Patterson assigned us as partners for a project on Lord of the Flies. Charlie surprised me by being super knowledgeable about literature and theater. He mentioned he'd been in drama club at his previous school, which immediately gave us something to bond over. Finally, someone else who understood my obsession with Broadway musicals and classic plays. At first, our friendship was totally normal. We'd discuss books during lunch or talk about the school's upcoming production of Our Town. Charlie was definitely socially awkward. He'd sometimes stare too long or stand too close, but I figured he just wasn't great with social cues. I never felt threatened or uncomfortable around him. About 3 weeks after we'd become friends, I invited Charlie over to my house to work on our English project. My mom was home but busy with work calls in her office, so she just poked her head in to say hello when Charlie arrived. "Make yourselves snacks if you want," she said, before disappearing back upstairs. Since it was mid-October, our basement was partially decorated for Halloween. My dad had set up some black lights and spooky decorations, but hadn't finished the whole setup yet. I suggested we work downstairs because it was cooler and we'd have more space to spread out our materials. Everything was fine for the first hour or so. We sat on the floor with our notebooks and laptops, discussing symbolism in the book and planning our presentation. Charlie seemed normal, maybe a bit quieter than usual, but I didn't think much of it. Then out of nowhere, he set down his notebook and said, "Do you ever feel like there's something inside you that isn't you?" The question caught me completely off guard. What do you mean? Like something else is sharing your body, something dark. His voice had this weird flatness to it that made the hair on my arms stand up. I laughed nervously. "No, can't say that I have." Charlie didn't laugh back. He just stared at me with this intense look. "I do. All the time. My mom thinks I need more therapy, but the doctors don't understand. It's not in my head. It's real." I remember feeling suddenly uncomfortable but trying not to show it. I'd dealt with friends who had anxiety and depression before, so I thought maybe this was something similar. "Have you told your therapist about these feelings?" I asked, trying to sound supportive. "They don't believe me. They just give me more pills." He started picking at a loose thread on his jeans. "But I can prove it's real. I can show you." "Show me what exactly?" I asked, getting more uneasy by the second. Charlie pointed up at one of the recessed lights in the ceiling. There were 6 of them illuminating the basement. "That light, it's going to go out." I rolled my eyes, relieved that this seemed like just a silly game. "Charlie, come on, let's finish our—" "Just watch," he interrupted. His expression had changed completely. The awkward, bookish boy was gone, replaced by someone who looked confident, dangerous. I can't quite describe it, but it was like a different person was suddenly sitting across from me. We both stared at the light. I was about to make a joke about this being a waste of time when it happened. After about 30 seconds of silence, just as I opened my mouth to speak, the light didn't just go out, it exploded with a loud pop that made me scream. Glass sprinkled down onto the floor several feet away from us. My heart was racing. "What the hell?" I gasped, looking from the shattered light back to Charlie. That's when I saw it. His eyes, his normal deep brown eyes, now looked completely black in the dim basement, like the pupils had expanded to fill his entire eye sockets. I told myself it was just the lighting, the black lights making a weird effect, but deep down, I knew that wasn't it. "I told you," he said, but his voice sounded different, deeper, with this weird raspiness that 13-year-old boys just don't have. It likes to show off sometimes. I scrambled to my feet, nearly tripping over my notebook. "I need to tell my mom about the light," I said, desperate for an excuse to get upstairs. Charlie stood up too, and suddenly he seemed normal again, awkward, slightly confused. "Is everything okay? You look scared." I forced a laugh. "The light just startled me. Wait here. I'll be right back." I ran upstairs and found my mom, telling her about the blown light, but conveniently leaving out Charlie's creepy prediction. She sighed about having to replace another bulb and said she'd deal with it later. I wanted to beg her to come downstairs with me, but I felt stupid. What would I say? My friend predicted a light would explode, and then his eyes turned black. She'd think I was making it up. When I went back downstairs, Charlie was packing up his things like nothing had happened. He seemed like his usual self again. No black eyes, no creepy voice. We finished our work quickly, and I made up an excuse about having to help my mom with something so he'd leave early. For the next few weeks, I avoided being alone with Charlie. I was polite at school, but always made sure we were in groups. He didn't mention the incident in my basement, and I started to wonder if I'd imagined the whole thing or if it had just been a weird coincidence with the light. Then came my birthday in early November. My mom let me have a small party at our house, just a few friends for pizza and movies. I invited my two best friends, Lena and Chloe. I also invited Charlie, partly because I felt bad for avoiding him, and partly because I'd convinced myself I'd overreacted about the basement incident. The party started fine. We ate pizza, opened presents, and watched a horror movie. My choice, ironic considering what happened later. Around 7 o'clock, Lena suggested we walk to the convenience store about half a mile away to get ice cream. My mom said it was fine as long as we all stayed together and came straight back. There was a shortcut through a small wooded area that connected our neighborhood to the main road where the store was. It wasn't really a forest, just a strip of trees and a dirt path that saved about 10 minutes of walking. We'd taken it hundreds of times before. The sun was already setting as we entered the woods. It was that weird twilight time when everything looked slightly blue and shadowy. We were all laughing about something that had happened at school when Charlie, who had been quiet most of the evening, suddenly stopped walking. "Do you guys want to know a secret?" he asked, his voice oddly calm. We stopped too, turning to look at him. "What secret?" Chloe asked. Charlie's face looked different, tense, almost excited. "I'm not really Charlie. Charlie just lets me use his body sometimes." Lena laughed nervously. "Dude, that's not funny. Stop being weird." But Charlie wasn't laughing. He took a step toward us. "I am the Prince of Death," he said, his voice dropping to a deep growl that no middle school boy should be able to make. "I've been watching all of you. I know your fears. I know what makes your hearts beat faster." I felt like I couldn't breathe. It was happening again, that same transformation I'd seen in my basement, but this time it was worse. "Charlie, this isn't funny," I said, my voice shaking. "Let's just go get ice cream." He ignored me completely, continuing to walk toward us while launching into this disturbing monologue about death and suffering and how humans were so fragile. With each sentence, his voice got deeper and more distorted. His movements became jerky and strange, like he was fighting with himself. Then, without any warning, he lunged at Lena. His hands went straight for her throat, and he started choking her with a strength that seemed impossible for his skinny frame. Lena's eyes bulged as she clawed at his hands. Chloe and I screamed and tried to pull him off her. I remember being shocked at how strong he was. It took both of us yanking at his arms to break his grip. When Lena finally broke free, she was gasping and crying, a red handprint visible on her neck. "Run!" I shouted, and we all took off, sprinting through the woods toward my house. I glanced back once to see Charlie standing perfectly still on the path, watching us flee with those same black eyes I'd seen before. We burst into my house, hysterical and barely able to explain what had happened. My mom called Charlie's parents and then the police. Charlie never made it to the convenience store. The police found him 2 hours later at a neighbor's house half a mile in the opposite direction. He was missing his shirt, his phone, and one shoe. According to the officers, he seemed disoriented and had no memory of attacking Lena. Later, I learned that Charlie had been in and out of psychiatric wards since he was 9. He'd been diagnosed with several conditions and had recently had his medications adjusted. His parents pulled him out of our school after the incident, and I never saw him again. The logical explanation is that Charlie had serious mental health issues that caused him to have a psychotic episode that night. But that doesn't explain how he knew the light would explode in my basement. It doesn't explain the physical change I saw in him twice, or the impossible strength he had when he attacked Lena. Sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night thinking about those black eyes and wondering, What if Charlie wasn't mentally ill? What if he really was possessed by something? And what if that something is still out there looking for a new host?